Okay, I think we're back. I'm bad. I did a bad. When I was moving the webcam around, I pulled the cable out of the laptop, which means the internet went away. At least it wasn't like the actual internet died itself. It was just me being stupid. Go figure. Oh, this fuzz, get out. There we go. Alright, so I have my lovely face here. This is a life cast of my own face. So I can use it to build off of, so I can make things better, accommodate and fit me, personally. Rather than using, like, this big mannequin over here, which I've named Casey Jones Jimmy James Levels III. He has served me well, but today I'm going to use my face. So I have been contemplating all day how I'm going to tackle this part. And I think I want to create a sort of, like, I'm literally using a material called headliner, which is the stuff that goes on the roof of the car. I'm going to use the headliner as a headliner, and it's going to be sort of like a hat that I sort of build around my head to, like, just kind of fit there and be snug. Because the thing is, I need this to be as light as possible, as open and airy as possible, but also protected so it can kind of act a little bit like a helmet. And I want it to also be secure so it stays in place. If I move my head around too much, it's not going to flop around or something. So I'm like, all the ways that I can best do this. And I think that that's the best way to start. Which means I'm going to have to make a pattern or a template for it. Because I've not done that before. I'm going to basically make sort of a makeshift balaclava out of the foam. So I need to make a sort of weird pattern with saran wrap and duct tape. And I do have this balaclava that I might be using as like a temporary liner. I'm not decided if I really need it yet, but I have it. I have bought a bunch of things that I'm not sure if I need, but I have anyway. And I've got like elastic in case I need to like make it tighter or something. I don't know. It's gonna be really interesting because I've never worked with a head like this before. So. Wish me luck. Alright, the first thing I'm gonna do is find where I put my saran wrap. Because I've not been in my craft room for like a year, I have no idea where a lot of things are anymore. Isn't that sad? That's not saran wrap. There it is! Hold on. I'm connected by this cord. Okay. There's the saran wrap, and I need the duct tape. Right here, duct tape. Cool. Yeah. The other thing I'm gonna need is a Sharpie, but I don't think I need it right away. So I'm gonna build sort of like a hat for my head to rest in. So I made my very first step, and this will act as like an inner liner. That should be nice and comfy. So this is going to be sort of like a really rough pattern, and then I can sort of tighten it up when I transfer it to a piece of paper. Another thing would be helpful is scissors. Scissors. So, yeah, you guys have never seen this craft room either. This used to be my brother's old bedroom. Let me just do pan up. So, it's not that exciting. There's the front entry door. And then I have all these shelves. And I usually put my costumes and my luggage and stuff right in this corner. And then I've got 3 work tables. I have the drawing table that these the wings are currently on. This is a, yeah, that's like a drafting table. It's got a really flat, smooth surface. And then of course I've got, this is my sewing table that everything's kind of on right now. And then over there's my resin casting kind of station that I've never used. I have a mirror. That's exciting. And then I'm gonna actually turn it this way because I got a closet that hosts a lot of other, like, a lot of projects in there. It's kind of, it's organized, but it is a little bit of a mess. And then I also have a window seat. This is really, like, small, simple kind of setup, but alright, let's get some scissors. These are all my really nice scissors. Crafty scissors. Oh yeah. Yeah, Shadow Lugia. My old heads are all up in that sewing basket up there. That teal sewing basket has like old Charizard, old Aerodactyl. Lugia's hiding behind the crow that's up there. Otherwise, yeah, that's my hoodie. Yeah. They don't get any use anymore. They're just gonna sit there. Just like weird trophies. Seems like this leg is significantly shorter than this. I don't think it's all the way up. Nope, it's not. There we go. That's more level. Okay, let's see how far I can get today. I wanted to get to the point tonight where I was starting doing all the tape patterns, but we will just see how that goes. We'll work until we can't work anymore. Well, until it hits like midnight, and then I gotta call it quits. I actually even thought about, yeah, making sort of like a hunting trophy plaques. I think that's a really cute idea. Some people have kind of found some different kind of like hooks and things. The store their first goods on the wall. Unfortunately, I don't have all my old heads anymore. Groudon was sold, and I donated Leafeon. Ooh, tape. Leafeon is gone. I donated her. I threw the bodysuit away, and I gave the head... I don't remember if it came with... I gave him paws, too. I think I just gave the head. The rest of it was falling apart. It was awful. Shadow Lugia's bodysuit was the very first thing I ever threw away. In fact, that thing was so damaged. I was gonna refur it, and then I just saw there was just so much damage underneath to all the foam structure. I'm like, ah, gosh, this has to be started all the way from the beginning. Oops. I have tons of that fabric left over, though, because I was gonna make a second one. So, perhaps that will still become a thing someday. Okay, so now the question is, when I make this head thing, should it be covering the eyes and the face and stuff. Or should that be left more open? I guess I can always make the face, and if I can't stand the face, I can always take the face away. Because what it should really do is line up with the giant eye sockets in here and kind of cover the mouth so you can't see my mouth. I'll still kind of slit so I can like breathe and shit, but yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I couldn't afford to keep Groudon around anymore. It was just taking too much room up and wasn't getting any use, and he also needed to be refurbished. So I hope that the new owner gets around to refurbishing him sometime. That would be cool. So I'm only going to tape up like half of his head, because I'm going to just duplicate the pattern on the other side. Call that good. Ah, people are now following me. It's not going to show up on the screen today because I cannot get Streamlabs to work on a laptop. And you know what? I'm kind of tired of Streamlabs glitchy. Like, it doesn't work half the time. And the whole point was just like have these fun like pop-up widget things, and it just slows down the computer. It's laggy. It's unreliable. And I'm like, you know what? Pure simple OBS is just my go-to. So I'm gonna go back to that now. I'll figure it out eventually. What method works the best, but it's fun to kind of experiment with new things. Oh, stop. You like my hat? I look like I'm wearing a backwards baseball hat, which is like, was the story of my life for all of high school. That's all I ever did was wear a backwards hat. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna put a little bit more saran wrap in front of the face. Suffocating myself. Sorry. Sorry, Riley. Hello, Melinda McCumbers. Yeah. Jeez. Tape is already starting to like rip apart my hands handling it. It's not happy. It's very unhappy. Alright, so I have probably enough of this headliner that I could screw it up 3 times. It's good to know. Because this is drafting a brand new pattern from scratch. I may not get it right on the first try. But, that's fine. Oh! How strict is the fit if you're buying a pre-owned suit? Well, I mean, it depends on how the suit was made, but typically, if a suit in particular was made as a pre-made with the intent to sell, then they kind of go for the most average of all the sizes and proportions for people. So you can expect most suits to fit somebody with like a 23-inch head is probably like the upper limit. And my head is so tiny, I'm like 21.5 inches, so all the other heads are just like humongous on me, and I can just like rotate the head around my own. Depending on if it's like a an old school like balaclava moving jaw kind of head, then that might be a little bit too small or tight of a head for most people to wear. But if it's like a foam head, then you're really safe. Resin head kind of also up in the air depending on how it was made for the sizing. Bodysuits, of course, are going to be the one that varies the most in being a problem or not. I'd say it's probably meant to fit most people around the like an average height, probably around the like 5'7" mark. Shoe size more commonly around like a size 9 for size like 8 or 9 depending on if you're considering like women's or men's sizes. Then I also have tiny ass feet, so most pre-mades would not fit me either. The better thing is that a suit is too big on you than it is too small, because you can always adjust it. You can put more padding in the inside, you can take in seams. You cannot do the opposite, making it bigger. So usually when you're buying a suit, you'll have all of the measurements provided to you, be listed on like the auction or whatever. So depending on like a million factors, most of the time getting a pre-made suit works pretty well if you're kind of an average size person. As I mean, most people prefer custom suits anyway. I know, I have a new channel now. I'm Moonal. Or Moonale? Moonal. Moonali. I'm gonna call you Moon. I don't know how to pronounce things. Okay, so that's probably pretty good as a start for our liner. I'm just gonna call you Moon then. That's easier. Okay, and I know I said I was gonna need this, and then I just didn't get one while I was up. Sharpie would be helpful. Let's see if I can find a Sharpie that's not dead. I know I have one that works that's in my bedroom. I wrote on a CD with it. So I'm gonna go grab that one because I know that it's reliable, so I'll be right back. Steven! What's up? Yeah, honestly, that's all I can think of too was Moon. Alright. Where does it make sense to have the bottom of this liner? The bottom of the beak. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is put this on my own head. Yes, I'm working on this mask, turning it into a griffin, which is up here at the top. Kind of shows a preview of what it'll sort of look like when it's all done. Right now, it's just like a hollow shell, so I need to build a sort of helmet out of fabric and foam so it stays put on my head in the right place. And this character has also been made already as a realistic head, so I'm just making like a cartoony version that I can take snowboarding next week is the plan. So that's what I'm working on. And then, yes, there's eyeballs too. So. Hi, Very Flammable. Wow, that's a name. I hope that's your real last name. Right, I'm just putting this on my head. I gotta figure out where I need this to position on me. And I'm using here, so I'm gonna stand up. For a sec. Like you either have it really far down looking in the natural state, which keeps it weird. Okay, I'm gonna sort of pin the eyes in place because I need to know how much space I have between my eyes and the top of the eyes. Where do I have my sewing pins? Good question. Do they actually do what they're supposed to be? No. I kinda did something with the sewing project. Sometime. Recently-ish. Box. And that makes too much sense. I might have hopefully just thrown it in one of my random tube sort through shit boxes. Question mark. I don't think it's anything here. No, these are sewing machine accessories and not regular sewing stuff. Yeah, because I should have like a tomato with pins in it. There's my pin tomato. How did I use it in the first place? It's just like so random. That was all stuff in my bedroom, not. I can't imagine I would throw it in here. I need, yeah, where's my pins and my wonder clips and everything? Did I throw it in here? No? That doesn't make sense either. This is my casting stuff. Is in here. all my... Oh, hey, more Sharpies. More scissors, more marking pens. This would be useful to have, but that's what I'm looking for. What's this? Oh! I think I might have put it in this bag. Aha! I did! Wow. Go me. There's my tomato. Purple tomato. The pins in it. Yeah, I have a random stuff in here, like my paw print molds in here, and screwdrivers are in here, googly eyes are in here. Look, Sharpies! Oh, well, this is what I need to find. I think I had all this stuff because I was taking it to a con as like a repair kit or something. Oh, I think it was the last time I went up to Denver and I did craft day. Yeah, because here's like all of my paints for Topaz and what did I use metallic stuff for? I painted the crow, or the magpie. Alright, well, I'm still missing my Wonder Clips. Shocked they're not in here. Unless they're just on the bottom. I got some super sculpy. Ah! Aha! They're at the bottom. Cool. That's good. Ooh, look! I have giant googly eyes, even. Ah, there's my Silpoxy. Wow. I really need to get organized again. And here's some thread and some safety pins. And some needles for hand sewing. Alright, perfect. I'm gonna need that later. Okay, well, that wasn't the worst. I could have found that a little bit near faster, but better I found it all. We can now continue. Casa Gemstone, hello. Alrighty. Oh, okay, so that does details like that. Video. Oh, that's neat. Alright. Okay. Yeah, the random magic is in one bag. Googly eyes are the most important of all the supplies that I own. This is correct. Is that Sunye? Holy shit! Hi! Okay, it looks like Picardo's not working with the chat anymore. Jess, you found me! Hi! Yeah, I know, I'm on a new channel now, but I should be streaming on Canon Hybrid still. It should just tell you, go to over here. But, yeah. So, I'm gonna do a test. Yep, Picardo disconnected. Rude. Googly eyes are a gift. Just saying. Alright, I'm gonna turn off Picardo, and it's gonna come back in a second. Blame Google. I think that... I'm gonna wait till this turns back on. Alright, I think it's back. Yay! It came back. Cool. Alright. I know! The thing is that there is a way to reconnect the Picardo chat in the old system, but not the new one. I haven't figured it out yet, anyway. Like, there's a little button that you can click, and it's like, showing it's initialized, and when it says disconnected, it has, like, it turns your icon into, like, a hand as if you could click on something, but nothing happens. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna talk to the support dev team. I keep saying that, but I am going to have to. Because, Anyway, my googly eyes are my favorite form of, like, polite vandalism. Because they don't do any harm to the thing that they're attached to, and they just kind of make stuff silly. But it's not like a sticker or something, or like a Sharpie or like spray paint where it's actually doing like damage or it's permanent or something. And so, I don't know, it just kind of became a thing. Alright, so back to what I was doing now that I found all my pins and shit. We're gonna go back to track. I was going to sort of kind of pin these eyes into place to get an idea of where my head sits inside them. And I gotta figure out which eyeball is which. Or if it matters at all. Yes, okay, this is the inner corner of that one. Alright. Put a few pins inside here to hold it in place. Pins might pop, yep, through the front, stab people, but that's okay. Alright, that's holding in place really well. Alright. Now the other side. Just gonna kind of hold it in my lap, so. But yeah, I got the giant googly eyes because I just wanted to, like, be silly and put that on a fursuit head. Walk around blindly. Googly. That is upside down. There we go.
Jack it up.
Sorry, I'm just like looking at different angles and closing an eye and just making sure that that looks symmetrical as possible. Just a little bit right there. I think that's close. Oh, okay, so that eyelid droops down a little bit more on that side than it does that side. Or not the eyelid, but the cheek. I might have to carve that back a little bit. Just even that up. Pretty close though. So pin that in place there. Yes, the base is made out of EVA foam, which is the stuff that cosplay armor is made out of. It is a solid closed cell foam is what it's called. Okay, that's in there pretty solidly. Okay, so eyeballs are now kind of in there. But like, yeah, you can see the foam structure. And that's what it looks like from the front. Very cute. Now it's got pins sticking out that want to like poke me in the face. It's okay. Yes, I have to decide if it's better to build this up or carve this down.
When your world feels like it's crumbling now, just know that
I
I'll be
kind of.
around. I'll always be there to
Eyes not.
catch you when you're
The eye needs to be moved over this way.
I know that you've
Yeah.
been feeling down every time that you call out. Girl, I will be there every time you need me. And you know we gotta be together.
I think I am going to build it up because that's a lot A, easier to do, and B, it's a little more squeaky, which is cute. That looks better. Stay. Hey, Digi!
You mean the world to me. You're everything that I can see. You're everything that I can feel. You are my
Looks pretty good, I think. Alright. Good enough anyway. So I'm gonna draw in Silver Sharpie the inside is kind of right where I want the eyes to sit, so it'll be easier to line them up next time. Okay. I will, Jess. I might use the Dremel for a little bit, just touch up on the foam, just because they're not perfect cuts, you know? That's fine. That's to be expected. Alright. So I'm gonna kind of trace where these are gonna sit. Be careful and try not to mark the actual yellow spandex, just in case. making some registration marks too. That might help me line it up a little bit better next time. Okay. Yes, Monoyasha here in the chat is the one who made all of that you see right now for me, the whole base. She sculpted it and patterned it and glued it together and made eyes and everything, all from scratch. She is phenomenal. Okay. Alright, I gotta take my headphones off in order to test the fit. Sorry. Not that it doesn't matter, because I'm not hearing anything besides music anyway. Echoey in here. Ooh. Alright, so I have a mirror over here I'm just gonna look at really quick. Don't worry. Ow. I think if I have it sit just about here, where it sits at the top of the head. Okay, so I can have it go pretty close to my face if I would want, but... I don't have it too far down, so I can only put like a really thin layer on the top. Okay. Yeah, I have better vision when it's right about here. Chin kind of goes right down into here. Okay. Oh. Yeah, let me check Telegram. I don't have it up on my laptop right now because I don't want to overload the dome. Oh. Okay. That makes sense, actually. Thank you, Jess, because I was like... Because they're clearly angled that way, but now it does make it look like he's really looking in. You're right. Okay, I'm going to play around with the other direction. Thank you for telling me. I guess technically you can have the eyes either way, but I'd like... Yeah, that's a good point. I should really compare it before I solidify it. And as I just made all my registration marks and stuff, it's okay. I can redo it. Trico's back. Guys, either way, whoa. But whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's a... No, stop. Stop, phone. Okay. So, let me get my camera. That's one thing that I forgot to do. I'll be right back. I was like, I don't have a memory card. Oh yeah, it's right here. It's in the computer. In fact, it's supposed to be wiped. That's needs to be killed off because I don't have any space in there. I should have backed up everything. I just did that. It took me like 2 hours. Because there's like 50 gigs of stuff on here. How much space do I have right now though? I don't want to delete it without verifying. I got 3 gigs. Okay, we're fine. I'm not gonna do 3 gigs worth of stuff right now. Card. The lens cleaning off on this sucker. This balaclava will do. Probably not. It's probably awful. Looks like it might be on one of the inner lenses. I have several lens caps on here. Nope, definitely like something sticky. Might have to. Oh, there it goes. Better. I need to be perfect for this. Okay. Crystal like horns? Need look like quartz? I don't know if Jess has anything like that. I mean, that would be simple enough to like make, but okay. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That clear sheets of plastic. That stuff's probably a lot lighter weight too. Alright. Away from the light so there's not light behind it. Okay, flip the eyes around now. See what that looks like. Okay, so something else that I wanted to do today, while I'm working, because, you know, I can only entertain you so much when I'm doing some of the slower development kind of parts. I mean, this whole process is slow and doesn't, like, magically things are exciting happening, like it's drawing, and suddenly it goes from a blank canvas to like a sketch, and then you can really see it come alive, and then the slow boring parts at the end when I'm refining details. This is kind of like slow and boring throughout. So what I'm going to be doing is I have a friend, my oldest friend in the world. He recently did a bunch of books. He became an author, and he's currently working on making it into a cinematic audiobook. What that means is that instead of a narrator saying reading the entire thing, there is a voice actor for each of a character, there is sound effects, and there is music. The only thing that you don't have is the visuals, so you kind of use your mind to sort of fill in the blanks. And he is just recently launched it in the beginning of January, and he has a Patreon if you want early access to them. Otherwise they are free to listen to. And it's a really cool project, and I'm a terrible friend, and I've had the book for years, and I've not read it. So I'm one of those people that apparently needs an audiobook shoved at them in order to actually do anything with it. So I'm gonna put on the first, he's up to chapter 5 right now of this audiobook. It's a little sci-fi series, so if you can't stand it, you can always mute, of course. But I hope that you might enjoy, like, listening to something different. That's something that cool, creative friends of mine have done. And he's been working really, really hard on it, so... Holly! Hi! I will have this mask at Vancouver. Like, even if I don't have sort of the skiing thing, which we'll see what happens with that, I'm definitely gonna have this finished and it will be at Vancouver, so you can see it yourself. And I'll even let you wear it if you want. Heck yeah! Alright. I'm gonna kill that. And we're gonna switch over to audiobook. And I haven't listened to it myself, so I'm very, very curious. This whole thing, let's say each chapter is about... This first chapter is like 9 minutes long. The rest of them are about 20 minutes long on average. And there's 5 total of those, so we'll see.
Sim, Adventures Across Time by T.S. Wieland. Narrated by Luke McKeel. Sim, played by Carl G. Brooks. Allie, played by Abigail Wall. And Otto, played by Logan Wager. Chapter 1. Deep in the Himalayan Mountains. Sim wiped the snow away from his goggles and gazed down at his wrist. The fierce howling of the wind echoed around him as it blasted through his thin, layered jacket. Each high-pitched beep of his wrist communicator bounced across the rocky mountainside. Sim lifted the frozen communicator to his face. The words on the screen were now blurred and illegible through a layer of frost. The wind bit at his skin as he pulled the scarf away from his mouth. He blew at the screen, hoping to defrost the display. The communicator read, "Message from Otto. Accept or decline." Sim wiped the melted snow from the communicator and pressed the accept button with his numb, gloveless hand.
Yeah? Hey, have you found him yet?
Asked Merrick, sitting just inches from the computer. He tapped his foot on the basement floor nervously. Sim took a deep breath of the brisk mountain air. The thin atmosphere barely filled his lungs as he struggled to take in each dry breath.
No,
Replied Sim, breathing heavily.
but he's here.
Sim scanned the horizon while standing on the jagged mountain face, only to see a thick veil of gray clouds obscure his view. Above, he saw another long climb of sheer, icy rock. He felt terrified, but he knew he had no choice. If he didn't freeze to death, the fall from the frosted rocks would surely kill him. He contemplated turning back and searching for somewhere else to climb. Sim looked down at his boots and noticed an iron climbing piton partially buried in the snow. He reached down and picked it up. It was brand new with no sign of rust. He held it in the palm of his hand and felt the lack of frost on its gray metallic surface. Whoever had dropped it wasn't far ahead.
I know he's here.
Sim said into his communicator, dropping the piton back down into the snow.
You're running out of time. You need to find him and get back here before the arc closes on you.
Sim shook the snow from his hands. A worried weight continued to fall over him. His arms felt numb. His legs were tired. With each blast of the wind, he wished desperately that he had brought more than a light jacket and scarf. But he had no time to waste. His friends needed him now more than ever, especially Allie. Her fate now rested on his cold shoulders, and he had no intention of losing her too.
How much time do I have?
Merrick heard the door upstairs open, accompanied by the distant muffled roar of an angry crowd outside. The silence returned as the door slammed shut and panicked footsteps hurried down the stairs towards him. Merrick glanced back over his shoulder to see Leo rush over to him and place his hands on the desk as he bent down to catch his breath. Leo's usually well-groomed appearance was a mess, with the buttons on his gray suit now broken.
They're at least 3 blocks away. They've already destroyed everything from West Cross to Creighton Park. It's madness out there.
Merrick looked back at the screen. He rubbed the sweat from the top of his bald head above his thick brown mutton chops with the palm of his hand. The seconds on the clock at the top of the screen ticked away. The milliseconds flashed by. He keyed up the mic in front of him.
You have at least 45 minutes left. We might have less than that.
Sim willed himself to let go of his worries. The longer he stood by catching his breath, the more time he wasted, and the sooner he would freeze to death. Sim lifted the scarf back up over his nose and mouth. He reached up and grabbed the pointed ledge above him, beginning the deadly climb.
Have they found a way to slow them down?
Sim shouted into the communicator through his dark blue scarf as it flapped in the wind. Leo leaned forward over Merrick's shoulder and grabbed the microphone.
They're trying, but no one's listening anymore. We need you back here now.
Merrick yanked the microphone back from Leo and placed it down on the desk in front of him again.
We're doing all we can, Sam.
Sim reached up for the next ledge, barely able to hear Merrick's voice over the frigid storm.
Are you sure he's out there? You could have just imagined him.
No! He's here, Merrick! I'll find him. I have to find him.
Sim tightened his grip as best he could. His hands were wet and were now starting to stick to the frozen rocks. Leo lowered his head, still straining to catch his breath. Merrick looked to his right. He watched the metal rings of the arc gently spin in a circle around the small, bright white starlight at the center. Sim's only way back was slowly closing on him.
I hope you're right,
said Merrick as he gazed at the arc, terrified for his life. Sim reached for the next ledge, continuing his climb for answers. The wind began to blow even harder. He could sense the mountain wanted him off its face, and it was determined to see him fall. Sim felt a slight trembling in the rock beneath his fingertips. His eyes grew wide under his goggles at the terrifying sound of a thunderous echo looming above him. His nerves shattered to pieces. He turned his gaze upward. A massive wall of snow and ice now plummeted down towards him. He held onto the ledge for dear life, pulling himself close to the wall. Sim yelled into his communicator as the mountain brushed him away, forcing him to release his grip. Leo and Merrick could hear their friend's cry over the computer speakers. They stared at each other with the same sinking feeling. The speakers fell silent as an unsettling tension filled the room.
Sam! Sam!
Yelled Merrick, tapping anxiously on the keyboard. The screen flashed an error message as the connection went dead. Grabbing the mouse and clicking wildly across the screen, Merrick desperately tried to get the call back.
What happened?
I don't know! Sam! Sam, are you there?
Shouted Merrick into the microphone. Leo looked back towards the doorway above the stairs. The greatest storm in the city's history was creeping closer, now only a few yards away. He could only await the inevitable sound of the enraged mob breaking down the front door upstairs with a fearful tremble in his hands. Sem's black communicator rested in the snow, still clasped to his wrist. His arms stuck out from the densely packed snow, frigid and lifeless. His communicator beeped as the sound echoed through the mountain air with the same message displayed on the screen. Message from Otto. Accept or decline. The beeping continued, calling out across the empty mountainside with no response from the fallen savior of worlds.
Hey everyone, this is Abigail, the voice of Allie from Sem Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventure so far, be sure to check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/TSWeland. With your support, you'll gain early access to the next chapter of the book and even a copy of the book itself. With your contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made every day through the hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all across the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us on our adventures.
Chapter 2. Allison, Allie, Claude. 4 weeks earlier.
Hello, Stallbrook Publishing. This is Allison Claude.
Allie sat back in her office chair with her feet up on the desk. She held the phone to her ear as she chipped away at her blue nail polish. The humming of fluorescent lights filled the office space around her, harmonizing with the never-ending drone of phone calls and the chattering of her coworkers typing away in their cubicles.
Yes, Mrs. Biddle, I spoke with her yesterday about your concerns.
Allie listened to Mrs. Biddle on the other end mutter in frustration. Allie rolled her eyes and stared at the freckles on the back of her pale arms.
I understand, ma'am. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do to speed up the process.
Allie removed her feet from her desk and pulled herself toward her computer, adjusting her tan cardigan over her bright red top. She opened the calendar on her computer.
So far, it looks like we are set to go over everything on the 21st of this month. I understand that doesn't fit with your deadline, but we can't...
Mrs. Biddle's voice shouted over the phone as Allie pulled the speaker away from her ear.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize. I'll be sure to... All right, you have a wonderful day, ma'am, and thanks for checking in with us. Bye-bye now.
Allie reached over and hung up the phone as Mrs. Biddle could still be heard on the other end, continuing to shout. Allie stared at her computer screen blankly. After a moment of silence, she threw her head down on the wooden desk, unleashing a loud thud that echoed throughout the office. Her coworkers all leaned back in their chairs and poked their heads out from their cubicles to investigate the noise.
Allison!
Allie lifted her head and spun around in her chair to see her boss, Krista, standing in the doorway to her cubicle. She stared back at Krista with a questioning expression. A rather large red mark was visible on Allie's forehead, partially covered by her light brown, reddish bangs above her hazel eyes. Allie reached behind her head to fix her ponytail, trying her best to appear presentable for her boss.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Did you meet with Mr. Steele yesterday to sign his new contract?
Allie's anxiety rose as she stared into Krista's heartless eyes, outlined by her thick mascara. Krista watched over everyone like a vulture, waiting for someone to fall behind so she could pick them apart, piece by piece. Allie tried her best not to be afraid of her, only to succumb to her own fear as always. She was always easy prey.
Yeah, I went to the coffee shop where we agreed to meet, but he never showed. I tried calling him afterward, but he didn't answer.
Krista sighed in annoyance and crossed her arms, glaring at Allie. Allie held her gaze, trying her best to appear unshaken and unafraid. She hated when Krista crossed her arms and stared at her. It was her own passive-aggressive way of making it clear to Allie that whatever was wrong was probably her fault, despite whose fault it really was.
The man's dead weight. Call him again and see if he can meet with you today. We need that contract signed before we can start editing with him. His story is going to require some major revisions before we can print.
Allie stared at her, confused.
What major revisions? I like it as it is. If we rewrite it entirely, the book might lose its appeal.
His books are slow and dull, same as they've always been. That and his writing is too childish. We'll need to polish this one aggressively if we can hope to make it into a worthy candidate.
Why do we still work with him then? Not that I don't like his books.
Because he has a reputation around here for helping put our name on the map, and my father insists we keep publishing his works.
Krista replied. She unfolded her arms and looked down at her white gold watch.
If I had my way, we would have dropped him as a client 3 years ago. We publish realistic works now, not childish adventures anymore.
Allie stared at Krista with honest confusion.
Isn't that what people would rather read, though? Stories that capture their imaginations and take them on adventures to places they've never been? Books about meeting the people they've always wanted to be and exploring worlds they've only dreamed of seeing?
We prefer to publish books that apply to modern life now, not stale science or historical fiction. He's lucky we still publish them at all.
I like his newest book the way it is,
Replied Allie, trying to stand her ground.
He always writes fun and creative stories. If we leave it the way it is, I'm sure it could still do well. I'm pretty sure our newest changes are the reason his recent books haven't sold half as well.
Allie casually picked up the bag of almonds sitting on her desk and stared at Krista. She reached into the bag and pulled out a handful of almonds. Krista made a disgusted face at her. Allie quickly realized she was very close to crossing the line. She crammed a couple of almonds in her mouth to avoid saying anything else.
Just get him to sign the contract, or you'll find yourself working for a different publisher in someone's basement. Maybe that would be a better fit for you and your childish aspirations.
Allie hoped she was only offering another empty threat. Krista turned and walked away with an exasperated and disgusted sigh.
And stop eating at your desk!
She yelled from down the hall.
Which?
Allie replied under her breath. Allie placed a few more almonds in her mouth and turned back to her computer. She sorted through the phone directory on her desk to find the number for Walter Steele. She pulled the card out, grabbed the phone, and typed in his number. Lifting the phone to her ear, she tried to think of what to say as the phone rang, hoping he wouldn't answer at all. The thought of going out to meet with a client scared her for some reason. Not because she didn't want to be social or meet anyone, but because she feared the unknown. Another branch of the fear which seemingly grew in her life. The worry of something unexpected happening paralyzed her. Allie always planned her days down to the minute. She never strayed from her plans unless it was necessary. And even then, she feared the change in destination. She'd spent years of her life wishing and dreaming that she would one day venture out into the world and see new sights and unfamiliar faces. But that was before the fear had moved in and wrapped her in its firm, suffocating embrace. Reality had caught up with her, and now she was tethered to her boring life by that same fear which kept her chained to her desk, by irons forged from anxiety.
Please don't pick up.
She mumbled into the phone. She dreaded the idea of leaving the safety of her cubicle, even though deep down she really wanted to. Allie waited with the phone up to her ear, organizing her desk to remain as spotless as usual.
Hello?
Said a male voice over the phone.
Hey, Mr. Steele. It's Allie Claude from Stallbrook Publishing.
Oh, hello, Allie. I'm so sorry for missing our meeting yesterday.
Oh, it's no problem. I was glad to be out of the office for a change.
I lost track of time working on my next story. I think you'll really love this one. It's a thrilling adventure in the Old West. Granted, I have to thank a friend for the inspiration.
Sounds great, Mr. Seal.
Please, just call me Walter. I hate formal greetings, remember?
Right. Sorry about that, Walter. Would you be available to meet with me and sign that contract this afternoon by chance?
Allie glanced at the clock on her computer eagerly, wishing it would miraculously advance to 4 o'clock and end her day forever.
Absolutely. Seeing as how I missed our meeting yesterday, I just have to meet with my friend who needs my scientific expertise first, and I'll be right there. Say, 4 o'clock? At Barry's Cafe, same as before?
4 o'clock sounds perfect. I'll see you then. Thanks, Walter.
No problem. Take care, Allie.
You too,
said Allie as she reached over and hung up the phone. Allie leaned back in her chair and adjusted her ponytail once more. She briefly looked over her shoulder to make sure Krista wasn't there. The vulture had moved on. Allie stared up at the ceiling fan for a minute, resting her head back on the chair. Her eyes began to ache as they focused on the fan spinning above her, once more acknowledging the same boring repetitiveness of her life. Spinning in circles. Nothing seemed to change. Nothing seemed to happen, although she knew she mostly had herself to blame for it. Allie stared at her phone, dismayed by the flashing light that demanded she pick up.
Ugh, right on time.
Allie lifted her head up, placed her feet back down on the floor, and answered the phone.
Hello, Stallbrook Publishing. This is Allison Claude.
Hey, sweetheart.
Allie groaned to herself. She glanced back over her shoulder to make sure Krista wasn't standing behind her again.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom. You don't sound very excited to talk to me.
No, it's not that, Mom. Sorry, I'm just having one of those days.
Oh, well, maybe you should work a little harder or find a different job somewhere else.
Inspiring words, Mother. Seriously, calendar-worthy.
Allie leaned back in her chair and gazed at the ceiling fan again. She could hear her mother clearing her throat in preparation.
You've given me this lecture 5 times now, Mom. I could recite it word for word by now. Living alone in a big city is no place for a young woman of your age,
said Allie and her mother in unison over the phone. Allie snickered while her mother grunted into her ear.
See? Word for word.
Well, maybe if you would move back home, I'd stop.
Sorry, not going to happen. The work is better out here, and I like it.
You sure don't sound like you enjoy it. Maybe if you give David a call.
I'm going to push the pause button right there, Mom. Time is too precious to waste on such conversations.
Allie shook her head, knowing her mother had an irritating habit of dredging up Allie's ex-boyfriend, David, at every given opportunity. She believed she and David were the perfect pair, as he was the ideal student on track to becoming a well-paid pathologist, which was all a traditional mother could hope for in her daughter. The two of them had begun dating their senior year of high school and moved to Philadelphia to attend college together. However, after 2 years of living under the same roof, Allie had learned the kind of person David really was. Controlling, manipulative, and egotistical. But Allie's mother was still convinced he was proper gentleman. And she didn't have the heart to tell her mother the truth.
Allison.
I'm not calling David Mom, nor will I ever. He's a waste of human space in this city.
Allie continued to pick away at her nail polish.
Enough bad-mouthing him. He was a sweet boy, and you two look so cute together.
Yeah, well, looks can be deceiving. Sometimes ugliness isn't always on the outside.
Allie reached over and grabbed another handful of almonds out of the bag on her desk.
You should at least talk to him.
No. 700 times no. He was a narcissistic jerk. I'm pretty sure every time we talked together, he was just enjoying the sound of his own voice.
Well, you're not much better.
Allie swallowed hard, stung by her mother's response.
Yeah, well, at least I consider other people's needs when it comes down to it and not just my own. I put others before myself and don't crash another person's car because I'm upset.
At least he apologized and took you to that nice restaurant.
Allie's patience was beginning to reach its limit.
You just want me to call him because he's finally making big money at that new hospital they opened? Though, I fail to see how anyone would want to hire him as their doctor, let alone why he has yet to pay to fix my car with all that money.
I think he would make a great doctor. And I'm sure he'd fix your car if you just asked him and apologized.
Mom, if you called me just to argue about David, then I suddenly just realized I have a lot of work to do and I'm going to have to hang up now.
Allie replied in playful, sarcastic voice.
No, I didn't call to argue about David. I called to tell you about your father.
Allie leaned forward in her chair with a concerned look. She had known her father's health had been declining over the last few months, and it was beginning to grow serious. To Allie, her father was like her best friend, as well as her dad. Having never gained the son he so desired, he chose to mold her into the role of one. He taught her everything he knew, everything from fixing cars to fixing the squeaky cabinet door in the kitchen. He'd even sparked her love of history with his collection of old trinkets and junk scattered throughout her house growing up. And yet, whenever her mother criticized her for being unladylike, she could always count on her father for support.
How is Dad?
Well, he's fine now, but the doctor thinks he has pneumonia again. He was coughing up a storm the other night, so I took him to the ER. He could hardly catch his breath on the way there.
That's the third time he's been sick in 2 months.
Yeah, and they aren't sure why the sudden change.
He's only 57. He can't be that sick.
Well, your dad's side of the family hasn't always been gifted with healthy lungs. Lucky for you, it's only the men. I'm sure all the nights you two spent in that dusty garage didn't help.
So, is he home?
Yeah, he's asleep now. First time he's gotten a good rest in 2 days.
Maybe I'll fly home this weekend and surprise him.
Allie's mother snickered over the phone in delight.
I'm sure he would love that. He's been wanting your help getting that new car he bought running again. Man can't rest without a broken car in the garage.
He bought another one?
Yeah, he sold the last one. I'm no good with car names, so you'll have to just come and see for yourself.
Allie opened the calendar on her computer and scanned it. She had no time available this coming weekend. She was set to go to a conference in New York for 2 nights with Krista to do a book promotion. Despite her longing to see New York for the first time, she was still willing to move mountains, or even skyscrapers, to see her dad.
Yeah, I have time this weekend, Mom. I'll come see him.
Allie said, scratching her head, trying to think of what to say to Krista.
Good. I'll make sure he doesn't make any other plans for the weekend then. You should look for an apartment while you're here if you're not going to be with David anymore, too.
Allie sighed, hoping to avoid another repeat in their conversation.
Sure, Mom. Now I've got to go.
All right. I let you get back to your work.
Okay, talk to you later.
Bye, sweetheart. And call David.
Ugh, bye, Mom.
Replied Allie as she hung up the phone. Allie rested her head on the back of her hands on her desk, still feeling the red mark on her forehead. A haunting feeling ran through her mind. The thought of losing her dad seemed unimaginable, but almost all too real. She shook her head and gazed back at the computer screen, knowing there was no point in worrying about it now. As her dad always told her multiple times when things seemed to be going at their worst, expect the worst, but always hope for the best. Hello, everyone. This is Luke McKeel, the voice of your narrator for Sim Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventure across time thus far, be sure to make your way over to our Patreon page at patreon.com/TS Wieland. With your support, you'll gain early access to the next chapter of the book, and even a copy of the book itself. With your ever so crucial contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made each and every day through the hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all across the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us in our adventures. Until next time, my fellow travelers. Chapter 3, Mr. Walter Steele. Allie stepped into the cafe as the bell above the door rang in the wind. She pulled the door closed and chose to sit at the table facing the window, making it easier to watch for Walter. She sat down and placed her bag on the floor, feeling relieved to be away from her office. A young waitress wearing a white tank top with a big smile walked up to take her order.
Hey, what can I get you?
Decaf, I guess. Just plain. Thanks.
Sure thing.
The waitress turned around and walked over to a booth in the corner where an older man sat, wearing a pair of dark sunglasses and a blue baseball cap over a brown leather jacket. The waitress briefly asked him if he needed anything. The man shook his head before she returned to the counter. Allie glanced through the window ahead of her as a couple sat down at a table outside and began talking to one another. Allie's skin crawled thinking of David. She leaned over and grabbed hold of her bag off the floor. She suddenly noticed the man in the corner subtly watching her over his sunglasses, sipping at his drink as she lifted up her bag. Allie hesitated for a moment, and then continued to lift her bag up onto the table. She could feel his gaze washing over her like an eerie wave, dragging her attention towards him. Her eyes turned to meet his. The man looked away, pretending he was simply looking at the chalkboard menu across from him above counter. The trick didn't fool her. She could still sense he was watching. He brought his attention back to his cup of coffee and drank with his head turned away from her. Allie turned her attention back to the table and opened her bag to search for her paperwork, still wary of his prying eyes. A blast of wind rushed in through the cafe doorway. The bell over the door chimed as Walter entered. His curly brown and gray peppered hair blew in the breeze. He pulled the door closed and removed his jacket to reveal his traditional sweater vest and bow tie. He reminded Allie of a stereotypical science professor, just as odd as one would expect.
Mr. Steele!
Said Allie as she stood up from the table and reached out to shake Walter's hand.
Just Walter, remember?
Oh, right. Sorry. Of course, Walter.
It's quite all right. How have you been, Allie?
Asked Walter as the two of them sat down at the table.
I'm good. Thanks for asking. And you?
Excellent as always. A day above ground is always a good day, as I like to say.
Walter placed his bag on the floor just as the waitress walked up to the table, tapping her pen against her notepad. As Walter ordered, Allie looked over at the man still sitting in the booth. He was still watching her. Only this time, he didn't bother to pretend to look away.
What can I get you?
An English breakfast, please. Lightly steeped. Not too burnt, please. Thank you.
Walter said. The waitress turned and walked away.
I've never been a big fan of coffee. I've always preferred tea since I was a lad.
Allie turned her attention toward Walter, even as the tremor of nervousness ran through her from the man in the booth.
Pardon?
Oh, I was just saying how much I despise coffee. Never could drink the stuff. My family always preferred tea when I was a lad living in England.
Allie grinned as the pieces of the puzzle which made up Walter Steele began to make sense.
You're from England?
Indeed. I was born and raised in Bath. My father was a teacher, and my mother was a seamstress.
Oh, I've never been to England. I was always interested in its long history, though. Events like the London Blitz always fascinated me.
Oh, it's a beautiful place. Assuming you can live with the rain, of course. I return home every summer to visit my friends and family.
The waitress walked over to place a cup of coffee in front of Allie and a pot of tea with a cup and saucer in front of Walter.
Thank you.
So you mentioned on the phone you were aiding a friend who needed your expertise?
Oh, yes. A friend from my university growing up. We've been collaborating on a project for many years now, though it looks like our hard work might actually be finished here in the next few days.
Really? What's the project, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, unfortunately, it's a secret at the moment, though I'll be sure to tell you all about it next time we meet.
Oh, wow. Must be a really big project then.
Yes, or so he claims, though I have a hard time believing him, yet he hasn't done me wrong so far.
Walter replied as he poured his tea.
So you're a professor then?
Asked Allie as she sipped her coffee, trying to ignore the man still watching her from the shadows beneath the brim of his hat. The taste of black coffee washed over her tongue. She struggled not to show her disgust.
I was a professor in physics for 15 years before I decided to retire and pursue a career as a novelist. The same friend I'm working with now even inspired me to write, as it so happens.
Well, I must say I'm rather impressed with your background in science, considering how much I enjoy your books. I would have assumed a physics professor would write boring textbooks.
Thank you very much. No, my work has inspired me in unusual ways, I suppose. I've always been a fan of fantasy and science fiction. I never much enjoyed the textbooks.
Yeah, I have to admit I failed to read one or two while I was in school.
Walter laughed and took another drink of his tea. Allie's eyes involuntarily darted back to the mystery man. His gaze felt like daggers stabbing her in the back. Not only was he staring right at her, he seemed to be studying her in earnest. What she couldn't understand was why.
So, shall we go ahead and get the business end all sorted out?
Said Walter, resting his cup on the saucer. Allie's eyes snapped back to Walter.
Oh, yes.
Once more, Allie dug through her bag. She pulled the contract out and placed it in front of Walter.
I'm guessing I don't need to go over it with you.
No. Same as before, it looks like, and I trust you.
Said Walter as he pulled a black fountain pen from his pocket. He leaned down and swiftly signed his initials in bold pen ink across the page.
So, what did you study in school, Allie?
I studied journalism and minored in history, actually. Though history really should have been my major.
Excellent.
Walter replied with a cheerful grin.
I've always been a fan of history as well. I loved studying the Renaissance in primary school.
Wow, you're a man of many interests.
Walter flipped the paper and continued to sign his initials on each page.
Education is my life, both learning and teaching. Helping to inspire young minds has always been a fond passion of mine.
I wish I could say the same. I went to school wanting to see the world. All it really did was land me in a world of debt that I now work to pay back.
Well, so long as you follow what you love, things will always work out. As they say, a life worth living is one filled with love.
Allie nodded and smiled in agreement. She glanced back over to see the man in the booth stand up. He placed his money on the table and walked toward the door. Allie felt relieved watching him open the door to the cafe. Walter held onto the pages as the wind swept in. The mystery man grabbed hold of the bill of his hat, fighting the breeze. He adjusted his sunglasses and glanced down at his watch, then proceeded to stride down the street, passing in front of the cafe window, out of sight.
There you go,
said Walter, signing his name on the last page and handing Allie back the contract.
So, having studied journalism, I'd assume that's why you work for Stallbrook now.
Yes. Well, somewhat, I guess.
Somewhat?
Walter replied, putting his pen away. He then picked up his tea and sipped at it.
It was honestly the only job I could get. Like I said, I wanted to be a traveling journalist, but the debt kept me grounded. That and a fear of traveling. Guess I chose journalism as a way of trying to overcome it.
Ah, I understand. Life sometimes doesn't work out in the ways we plan.
You can say that again.
said Allie as she pretended to sip her coffee.
Life sometimes doesn't work out in the ways we plan.
Allie looked up at Walter from her cup of coffee and laughed, trying not to spill.
Sorry. Sometimes my corny sense of humor gets the better of me.
Walter looked down at his watch and noticed the time. He waved over to the waitress. The waitress walked back over and placed the bill on the table.
Well, I hate to dine and dash, but I must be going. I have a day's worth of work to catch up on. Years of work, finally coming to a close.
Walter reached into his pocket, pulled a $10 bill from his wallet, and placed it on the check.
Oh, no, it's on me, Walter.
No, it's quite all right. I missed our meeting yesterday, so allow me to do the honor. Besides, my father always said he would haunt me in my dreams if I ever let a lady pay for a meal. And I prefer to keep my sanity.
Well, thank you very much.
Walter grabbed his jacket off the back of the chair and put it on. Allie stared down at her drink for a moment, dwelling on their conversation.
Hey, Walter, could I ask you a personal question?
She said to him. Walter looked at her, adjusting his jacket collar.
Absolutely.
Did you ever expect to be a writer?
Walter laughed for a moment to himself, deep in thought.
Not really. I never expected anything for myself, to be truly honest. I just did what I loved, and it found me. I suppose you could say I just followed the path set before me.
Allie nodded.
Why do you ask?
Walter replied in curiosity. Allie sighed.
I don't know. I guess I just wish I were doing something more adventurous, like I'd originally planned. You just seemed like the kind of person who wouldn't mind a question like that, you know?
I see.
Walter stood for a moment, thinking to himself. He pulled a business card out of his wallet and the fountain pen from his pocket.
I'll tell you what, Allie. I know someone who just might be able to help you out with that.
Walter began writing on the back of the business card.
Meet us here on Monday. Same time, same place. I'll let my friend know, and I'm sure he'll help you out. I believe he's someone who could have an adventurous opportunity for you.
Really? Thanks.
Said Allie as Walter handed her the business card with the time and date written on it.
My pleasure. I'll see you Monday then?
You can count on it.
Replied Allie, feeling excited for once, rather than terrified. Walter turned around and began to walk toward the exit. He stopped and swiveled back to look at Allie as she set her bag back down on the floor.
Remember, Allie, the adventures you hope for might be bigger than you expected. So, take good care of yourself.
Allie looked back at him with a grin.
I can only hope.
Walter smiled back at her and turned to open the door. The afternoon breeze blew in across the cafe once more.
Cheers,
said Walter as he walked out the door. Taking in the afternoon breeze, he strolled past the cafe window with a big, cheesy grin on his face. Allie sat at the table, looking down at the business card with the words, Monday, 4 p.m., Barry's Cafe, written on it. She stared at the card, wondering what kind of opportunity she could be in for. A news journalist position, maybe? A trip to a foreign country? As she reflected on the appointment, Allie heard her phone ring in her bag. She reached down and pulled it out, sliding her finger across the screen to take the call.
Hello?
Hey, girl.
Said her friend, Carly.
Hey, what's up?
You want to meet up for drinks tonight?
Allie glanced at the clock on her phone. She felt the urge to go home, knowing a night out would disrupt her daily routine. Still holding the card in her hand, she felt a sudden urge to be adventurous, allowing herself this one deviation from her usual evening plan of reading for a few hours alone before going to bed. On the one condition, they went to the same bar as always.
Sure. You want to meet at Silver Star? I'm just down the street at the cafe.
Sounds good, girl. Hopefully this guy will hurry up and leave so I can close.
All right, I'll see you there.
Sounds good. See you later. Sir, for the 5th and final time, that's the only size they come in. Now you either buy the pants, or I'll be forced to chase you out with them.
Said Carly as Allie hung up the phone. Allie placed the contract back into her bag and examined the card once more. She felt anxious but excited. She knew that whatever the opportunity was, it would probably be more exciting than her current life.
Hey everyone, this is Carl G. Brooks, the voice of Sem from Sem Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventures across time so far, be sure to check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/TS Wieland. With your support, you'll gain early access to the next chapter of the book, and even a copy of the book itself. With your contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made every day through the hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all around the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us on our adventures.
Chapter 4. Expect the Unexpected.
Hey, Short! A surprise to see you tonight! What can I get you?
Yelled the bartender, Ben, over the loud music of the nightclub as Allie walked up to the bar and sat down on a wooden stool. Ben had a knack for giving his regular customers nicknames, especially the girls. Allie was short because of her size in comparison to her friend Carly, whom he called Scraper, based on her tall, thin, skyscraper-like figure.
Same thing I always get, Ben.
Allie yelled back to him. Ben nodded, opened a bottle of beer on the counter, and handed it to her.
Where's Scraper?
She's on the way.
Guess I'll make her drink too while I'm at it.
Ben turned back to the bar. Allie scanned the crowd, noticing that things seemed quiet, other than the usual group of 21-year-olds celebrating a friend's birthday.
Looks like you have a young flock to herd tonight.
You're telling me? They've already downed 2 rounds of cake shots, and they expect me to serve 5 more over the next 2 hours. Not that I'm complaining. They've tipped well.
Fun! Guess we'll keep you company.
Thanks, Short, but I think I can handle it.
Allie turned back around and took a drink, once more looking over the crowd. She noticed a familiar-looking blue baseball cap donned with sunglasses at a table across the dance floor from her, sunken back into the darkness. Her heart sank. The man from the cafe gazed at her from his table as he sipped his drink, watching her.
Hey!
Allie jumped when a hand touched her shoulder. She turned to see Carly standing next to her.
Jeez, you scared the crap out of me.
Sorry, why so jumpy?
Shouted Carly over the music.
You see that guy at that table on the other end of the dance floor?
You mean the one with the hat and the sunglasses?
Yeah.
Allie glanced at him again and noticed that he had turned his head. He sipped his drink in a lame attempt to act disinterested.
What about him?
He's been following me since I left the cafe earlier.
Carly looked back at him. Allie tugged on her dress as Carly stared at the man.
Don't stare at him.
Why not? He's not even watching us.
Hey, Scraper! Here's a drink for you!
Yelled Ben as he slid Carly's drink down to her across the bar.
Hey, thanks, Ben!
Allie leaned forward over the bar toward Ben.
Ben, how long has the guy in the blue cap been sitting there?
Ben gazed up across the bar and looked over the room at him. He thought for a second.
About a half hour. Ordered brandy on the rocks and has been sitting there ever since. Why?
He's been following me. Like he knew I was coming here before I did.
Ben looked over Allie's shoulder with a watchful look in his eyes.
Huh. I'll keep an eye on him for you, Short.
Ben stood back up and grabbed a bottle of vodka, pouring shots for the group of 21-year-olds celebrating.
Thanks, Ben.
Sure thing, Short. I'll let you know when he leaves.
Carly looked at Allie with a look of concern. Allie continued to watch her stalker with a fearful expression.
Man, that guy has really got you spooked.
Said Carly, leaning over the bar.
I just want to enjoy my drink, please.
Alright, we'll hang here until he leaves then. Maybe he just looks like the guy you saw earlier. Either that or your anxiety is finally getting the better of you. You sure you didn't start without me?
No, it's the exact same guy.
The music changed to a much slower and quieter song. Allie and Carly sighed with relief. The group of young adults, however, grew louder despite the music, filling the bar with their high-pitched giggles.
Oh, that's much better. Too bad you can't do anything about juvenile laughter.
Said Carly as she sipped her drink.
So, how was work?
Other than that creepy guy, nothing special. You?
Had a kid throw up in the changing stalls and kicked out 2 teen boys for trying to shoplift. But hey, I got paid today, so I'm not complaining.
Allie sighed, readying herself to let her friend down easy.
I'm going to have to cancel our movie plans Friday night.
Cancel? Why?
Carly replied after sipping her drink.
Dad's got pneumonia, again. I need to fly home for the weekend to see him.
Ah, jeez, girl, I'm sorry. Isn't that like twice in 2 months?
3 times.
Allie replied, raising 3 fingers.
Sheesh, I'm sorry, girl. I hope he gets feeling better.
Yeah, me too. That, and my mother wants me to come home and look for a place to live.
Why? Are you thinking of moving? Are you running out on me?
No, she just wants me to. She figures that since I'm no longer with David, I may as well move back home.
You going to?
Asked Carly, her eyes wide. Allie glanced over at her, seeing her friend's genuine concern and heartache at the sheer thought of her moving away.
Maybe she's right. I don't know. But I'm not getting back together with David like she hopes, though.
Amen to that, girl.
Said Carly, taking a drink.
Why move home, though? You always talk about wanting to get out. Isn't that, like, counterproductive?
Yeah, I guess. Though staying here isn't very productive either.
Allie gazed at the bar, thinking about her dad again. Her face began to droop. Carly nudged her gently, clearly trying to distract her.
Hey, don't worry about it. Let's just turn around and work on getting you back on the market.
Not tonight, Carly.
Why don't we ask your stalker?
Why don't you ask him? And I'll watch from a distance. He probably has a vast collection of bodies he'd love to show you.
Mysterious and creepy isn't really my type.
Said Carly as she squinted in thought. She scanned the crowd and noted the serious lack of attractive young men. Near the minimalist-style bar sat a group of 4 guys, 3 younger men sitting at a booth next to the stalker, trying to console a friend who'd obviously just been broken up with. Another older man in a worn-out jacket drank at another table by himself.
Sheesh, poor hunting season tonight.
Well, it is the middle of the week. Only people out are creeps, college kids, and depressed people.
Guess it's gonna be a boring night then.
Allie took a drink of her beer and sighed for a moment, ready to ask a question she knew Carly would respond to with almost little thought.
Hey, do you ever think you were meant to do more?
Carly sipped her drink. She glanced over at Allie with an annoyed expression on her face.
What? I'm serious.
Ugh, please don't tell me you're going there. Tonight's already gonna be boring.
Carly replied. Allie quirked her eyebrows.
Go where? I'm asking you for real this time.
Carly stared down at the bar and sighed.
Yes, Allie, I always feel like I'm meant to do more. But hey, what I do is all I was meant to do. I sell clothes and clean up puke, and that's just fine with me.
Sheesh, don't sound so grim about it.
You ask me the same thing every time we go out to drink.
One sip and you go off on your whole rant about not following your dreams. What brings it up this time?
Allie reached down for her bag. She placed the bag on the bar and pulled out the business card, handing it to Carly.
This client of mine mentioned he knew someone who had an adventurous opportunity or something. I told him how I wanted to be a journalist, and he gave me this.
An adventure, huh?
Yeah, that's how he described it.
Allie replied, taking the card back from her.
He say anything else about it?
No, just that a friend of his had an opportunity for me.
Maybe he has a traveling job to the Middle East. Or maybe you'll go and discover a lost city, even fight dragons and discover buried treasure!
Allie looked at Carly, feeling unamused by her friend's lack of seriousness.
Hey, you said an adventure. That's what immediately popped into my head.
I mean a real-life adventure, like meeting people and seeing new sights.
Well, whenever you're done daydreaming about your adventures, I want to go dance.
Carly got up from the bar and walked over to the dance floor by herself, jumping up and down to the beat of the music. Allie glared at her stalker for a moment, then watched as Carly waved her over. She sighed.
I'm going to need another one, Ben,
said Allie. Ben chuckled. She finished her drink and made her way out into the dance floor with Carly, ready to make a fool of herself, all the while keeping an eye on her stalker out of the corner of her eye.
My feet ache. But that was so worth the embarrassment. See what a little fun can do to shake off the anxiety?
Said Carly as she made her way out the front door with Allie at her side. Allie gazed around in search of her mystery man anywhere in the crowd standing outside the club. Thankfully, there was no sign of him.
You want to ride home?
Asked Carly as she walked over to her car and unlocked it.
No, I'll just take the bus.
You sure that's wise with your man of mystery around?
Yeah, I think he left a while ago. Ben said he paid his tab and left not too long after we started dancing. Your place is on the other side of town anyway. I'd hate to make you drive so far.
You really need to get a new car,
replied Carly, checking her makeup in the reflection in the side mirror of her car.
I would still have one if David hadn't wrecked mine. I'll find something soon, though. The bus works for now. You should try walking sometime.
Said Carly, standing back upright.
I prefer to look professional still when I get to work. I work hard on this hair every morning, unlike you.
Hey, what's wrong with my hair?
Asked Allie, glancing at her hair falling over her shoulders. She pulled the hair tie off her wrist and yanked her hair back into a ponytail in an attempt to make order out of the chaos.
Oh, see that right there. You always have it in a ponytail. You should come over after you get back from visiting your parents and have a makeover day.
I guess that would be fun. I'm not changing my hair, though.
Carly rolled her eyes.
Fine. I gotta go. You be careful, though. And text me when you get back, or I'll come looking for you.
I'll be fine. Thanks.
Watch it. With any luck, it was David following you.
Allie took a long, deep breath.
God, I hope not. Wouldn't surprise me, though. I've already caught him waiting for me outside work 3 times now. If he tries anything, though, I'm ready.
Yep, that's creepy. Have a good night,
said Carly as she climbed into her car.
Thanks, you too. I'll see you later.
Carly closed her driver's side door and started her car. Watching Carly back out of the parking lot, Allie walked down the sidewalk, waving to Carly as she passed. Striding away from the bar, Allie kept her head on a swivel, watching out for her mystery stalker. The bus stop was still a few blocks away, leaving her on alert as she scanned behind her, in front of her, and even at the balconies above her as she hurried down the poorly lit street. There was no sign of her stalker anywhere. She let out a sigh of relaxation, trying to ease her worried conscience. The sound of a couple arguing upstairs in one of the apartments caught her attention, reminding Allie once again of the days she'd spent fighting with David. She felt as though her mind was like a broken record. endlessly jumping back to the same subject, repeatedly. Everything reminded her of him, and never in a good way. She began to wonder if maybe her mother was right. Maybe she should call David again. After all, things had been pretty good for the first year or so. That was until he started working late hours. Maybe his fatigue from overworking had caused his personality to change for the worst. Allie shook her head, unable to believe what she was thinking to herself. He was even a jerk to her one evening while visiting her folks. Her mind wandered again to the thought of her father and how badly she missed him, feeling overwhelmed by her own worries. She hoped her dad would be in good enough spirits to work on the car with her, or, if not, to at least look at it and talk about it at the dinner table, until the two of them drove her mother mad. Allie slowly became distracted over her woes as she tried to make sense of her uncertainty. Crossing the first block, she noticed the sound of footsteps behind her. She hesitated, hoping it was anyone but the mystery stalker. She pretended to reach down to see into her bag, allowing her a quick glance at the person behind her. Allie's fears manifested into reality. She made out a tall, male figure in a blue baseball cap, wearing sunglasses under the street lamp. Her heart raced. She felt as though her feet were ready to take off in a full-on sprint without her. But no, she kept her cool, just like her dad had taught her. She continued to pretend like she didn't notice him. Allie approached the crosswalk. She felt the screaming urge to run, but she knew that would probably just reassure him that she was afraid, which might be exactly what he wanted. The orange sign ahead of her helped her keep her fear from taking over. The words, "Don't walk," reminded her not to panic, though she thought the words, "Don't run," would have been more fitting. She stood at the crosswalk, fearfully waiting for the man to approach her. As each of his footsteps drew closer, she could feel her heart skip a beat and fall in line with each of his steps. She knew how to defend herself if he tried to grab her, but the terror that was rapidly taking hold of her was urging her to run rather than stay and fight. Her panic rose exponentially as he approached. She stared at the orange sign, feeling her mouth turn to cotton. She could smell the strong scent of brandy on his breath and feel his eyes watching her through his sunglasses, despite the darkness around them. She couldn't let fate hold her in that one spot a moment longer. She imagined he was reaching out to grab her, ready to grasp her by the neck. She couldn't tolerate the suspense and fear another second, and glanced to her left, then her right, deciding she could beat the approaching car if she walked fast enough. She stepped out into the intersection and crossed the street at an eager pace, looking down at her watch as though she were late, trying to cover up her sudden panic. Reaching the other side, she heard the startling sound of brakes screeching behind her. She looked back. The man had rushed out into the intersection after her. He continued walking into the glare of the headlights of a car at the intersection as the driver honked his horn at him. She felt a level of terror unlike any she had known before. She took off in a full-on sprint down the street, eyes fixed toward the bus stop near the corner.
"Hey!"
yelled the man from behind her in his low voice. She didn't stop. She wouldn't stop until she was away from him. Her lungs were out of breath. Each gasp of air felt like a struggle, yet she continued, terrified at the sound of his footsteps chasing after her. Allie dared to glance back for a moment. She saw her stalker wave to her frantically as he continued to race after her.
"Hey! Wait! Stop!"
Allie kept running, focused on getting away, never stopping, never slowing down, never. Oblivious to her surroundings, She turned the corner and collided shoulders with a young man arguing with an older gentleman standing in front of him. Her bag spun around at her side, dragging her to the sidewalk helplessly. Allie's head slammed against the pavement as her hands scraped across the ground trying to break her fall. Her vision darkened and flashed from the impact, leaving her dazed. She rolled over and off the sidewalk out into the street.
Watch out!
Yelled her stalker as he turned the corner. A bus hurtled toward where Allie lay, stunned in the street. The man took off in a sprint towards her, trying his best to reach her before the moment would be too late. Allie looked up to see the blinding headlights of the bus rushing toward her. Her eyes grew wide with horror. Her vision faded into blindness, staring into the headlights. The bus engine roared as its brakes screamed in vain. The engine and screeching abruptly faded to silence. The blur of the nighttime city life faded. The air around her grew cold. She tried to close her eyes, but they were already closed. Yet, she could still see the light which had overtaken her, plain as day, as though she were staring directly into the sun as it pierced her eyelids. Her stomach sank, feeling the ground fall away from beneath her. The sudden rush of falling through the sky left her in fright. A forceful breeze swirled all around her as her hair fluttered in an encircling wind. The cold air passed across her bare skin. She felt trapped on a terrifying amusement ride that she desperately wished would end. She felt like she was falling endlessly through the eye of a hurricane that raged all around her. Allie prayed for the storm to end. As quickly as it had begun, her long fall came to an abrupt stop. The sound of the howling wind quieted to a dull moan. Her stomach settled. She felt the right side of her face now laying on a rough bed of dirt, feeling too weak to open her eyes. A drop of rain trickled down over her bare skin. The echo of thunder rolled across the ground beneath her. She could hear the wind blowing through what sounded like a vast, open canyon above her. But how, she couldn't explain. From what she could remember, the sky above was clear with not a cloud to be seen, and the ground no longer felt like the city pavement. In the distance, the sound of footsteps running across dirt and gathering mud caught her attention. Someone was running toward her. Allie opened her eyes with what little strength she had. She felt drained of every ounce of energy, leaving her vision a blur and her body aching. She could barely make out the sight of shifting rain clouds above her, illuminated by dim daylight. Not even the night sky she so clearly remembered. The rain turned to mud underneath her. The footsteps drew closer until the person approaching kicked up small rocks that brushed against her bare skin. Allie opened her eyes again but could only make out the silhouette of someone wearing a blue and black helmet with an orange reflective visor.
Hey, can you hear me?
Asked a male voice. A hand grabbed her by the wrist. The man wearing the helmet knelt down at her side, looking at his wristwatch, checking her pulse. Allie gazed at him through the slits between her eyelids. He was dressed from head to toe in a strange, thick, blue and black suit of protective, padded armor. Allie's vision faded once more as her eyelids fluttered. She felt her eyelids being drawn back to see a flashlight shining back into her eyes, which cleared away the dark spots in her vision enough to catch a glimpse of her own blurred reflection in the man's orange reflective visor. The man's eyes stared back at her from within the helmet. Allie's eyes closed again. He glanced down at the digital communicator on his wrist and tapped on the screen.
Otto, I found her. I'm on my way back with her now. She's fading in and out of consciousness and is a little dehydrated, but she seems to be alright. Dressed up in my finest dress for the ball and no party. I told you it was probably just a thunderstorm. You're losing your touch, old money. But at least we made some progress in getting closer to the target point. I'll be back in 2 minutes with her.
Allie felt the man's cold arms lift her up from the ground and cradle her from the knees and shoulders. She could hardly move or open her eyes, but somehow she felt safe. Curled up in the stranger's arms, she felt comfort, as though the arms which carried her were there to protect her from the unknown world she had found herself in.
She's fading in and out of consciousness and is a little dehydrated, but she seems to be alright. Dressed up in my finest dress for the ball and no party. I told you it was probably just a thunderstorm. You're losing your touch, old money. But at least we made some progress in getting closer to the target point. I'll be back in 2 minutes with her.
Allie felt the man's cold arms lift her up from the ground and cradle her from the knees and shoulders. She could hardly move or open her eyes, but somehow she felt safe. Curled up in the stranger's arms, she felt comfort, as though the arms which carried her were there to protect her from the unknown world she had found herself in. The sound of the rain beating against the sand and the man's padded armor began to quicken. Allie could hear his heavy breaths through the helmet as he carried her across the vast, empty canyon. The sounds of the wind, rain, thunder, all started to fade at once from existence. A warm aura of sunlight pierced her eyelids, bathing her in its warm glow. Gazing through the narrow slits between her eyelids, she watched her protector start to fade away into the blinding aura as she slipped into a deep, deep sleep.
Hey everyone, this is Logan Wager, the voice of Otto from Sem Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventure across time so far, be sure to check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/TS Wieland. With your contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made every day through the hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all across the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us on our adventures.
Chapter 5. The House from Nowhere. The dense fog began to lift from Allie's mind. She heard a gentle tapping sound fill the room. She opened her eyes slowly. The cord for the window blinds across from her was bouncing around in the breeze. The restless sounds of the city seemed far quieter than normal. A sharp pain shot through her arm as she winced. Allie lifted herself up from the bed. She looked down at her arm to see a needle inserted into her wrist, connected to an IV hanging on a hook next to the bed. Allie examined the room around her, noticing nothing that reflected a hospital, only an ordinary-looking bedroom. The faintly colored wooden nightstand to her right seemed plain, with no medical forms or hospital tools of any kind resting on its surface. The dresser at her feet, past the foot of the bed, was much the same, decorated with fake flowers in a green and blue vase. There was no trace of her phone, her apartment keys, or anything else familiar on the nightstand or on the dresser. She'd never seen the room before. She was surrounded by light red walls and pale wood furniture, all neatly nestled squarely around the bed in the center of the room. Allie reached over and removed the tape that held the needle in her wrist. A sharp pain surged up her arm, through her neck, and all the way to the front of her head. Her head pulsed in agony. She placed the needle on the nightstand and rubbed the sides of her head with her fingers. Allie pulled the covers back and felt the cool breeze from the window blow across her body. She looked down and saw she was no longer wearing any clothes.
Where did my clothes go?
She asked herself in a panicked whisper. She frantically scoured the room, opening all the drawers, one after the other. Each drawer was empty with not a single sign of her clothes from the night before, nor any other garment she could wear. She stumbled over and caught herself on the foot of the bed. Her legs felt weak and sore. She sat down on the bed and wrapped herself in the white sheet under the comforter, trying to trace back the previous night as to what might have happened to her. She remembered drinking with Carly, then walking home.
Did I drink too much?
She asked herself quietly. She only recalled having 2 drinks the whole evening, and she remembered walking to the bus. Allie suddenly remembered the mysterious man who had been following her home, and how she ran to get away from him.
Have I been kidnapped?
A cold fear rose in her chest. She got up from the bed, with the sheet still wrapped around her, and walked over to the bedroom door. She turned the handle to see if the door was locked. The handle turned with ease, which gave her a small sense of relief. No kidnapper would be kind enough to give her an IV and leave the door unlocked for her, unless they were a bad kidnapper. She turned the handle and opened the door slowly. Allie peered through the door crack to see if there was anyone on the other side. All she saw was a silver chandelier hanging from the ceiling in the distance, and a fine, decorative cherry red wood railing that lined what appeared to be a long balcony. She opened the door further and noticed 5 other doors to her left, lining the hall with the balcony railing overlooking the room below to her right. Cautiously, Allie stepped out from the doorway and saw the grand foyer below her. The lower floor was inlaid with polished marble, and white stone columns stood on each side, facing a large, dark, wooden front door at the other end. In the middle of the foyer lay a circular wooden table with a large bouquet of dead flowers on it. A visible layer of dust coated the floors and railings, evidence that whoever lived in the home hadn't cleaned in months, maybe even years. The handle on the front door below her began to turn. Allie panicked. She quickly stepped back through the doorway to one side and peered around the corner to catch a glimpse of the intruder. An older woman walked in. She had light gray, curly hair and wore a long, green, old-fashioned dress. She held a silver tray covered with a white cloth.
Otto! Sam! Lunch is here!
Yelled the woman, her voice echoing throughout the home. She walked over to the table in the middle of the foyer, placed the tray down on it, and removed the cloth to unveil 2 plates of sandwiches, a smaller plate of fruit, and 2 bowls of soup. She stared at another silver tray still resting on the table, seemingly untouched, with mold growing on the sandwiches and curds floating in the soup.
Honestly, I don't know why I even bother,
she said to herself.
If you're not going to eat it, at least throw it away. Or next time, I'll thump both of you.
Allie watched the woman purse her lips, grab the tray with moldy food on it, and carry it into the next room. The sound of dishwater running from the other room filled the foyer. Allie continued to watch from her hiding spot, trying to stay low out of sight.
And at least do the dishes while you're at it!
Yelled the old woman as she came back into the entrance hall carrying the tray with her.
Sam! Otto! Lunch!
She yelled once again. She looked up toward the balcony. Allie swiftly pulled her head back and hid around the corner. The older woman noticed the corner of a white sheet on the floor atop the balcony. She smiled and placed the tray down on the table next to her, then made her way over to the staircase. Allie heard her footsteps coming up the steps. She frantically scurried back into the bedroom and closed the door quietly behind her. She ran towards the bed, only to have the sheet be ripped away from her. leaving her exposed in the middle of the room. She looked back to see the corner of the sheet was caught in the door jamb. Allie hurried over to the door and began pulling on the sheet. It was stuck. She stood in the room tugging frantically at the sheet in a quiet panic, hearing the woman's steps on the stairs getting closer.
Crap, crap, crap.
Allie whispered to herself as she continued to tug at the sheet. The old woman turned the corner at the top of the stairs to see the door to Allie's room closed. The corner of a bedsheet stuck out from below the door, wiggling back and forth. The woman stood there for a moment, trying to contain her laughter. Allie gave the sheet a final, hard tug and managed to whip it loose from the door.
Yes!
She whispered to herself as she ran back over to the bed, falling clumsily onto it and pulling the sheet and comforter back over herself. Allie closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. The old woman waited for the sound of frantic movements to cease on the other side of the door. After the long pause, the older woman opened the door. She walked over to the opposite side of the bed and reached down to grab Allie's wrist. She could feel her heart rate beating faster than a rabbit's foot. She glanced over to see the IV resting on the nightstand next to her.
Best sleep a little longer, dear,
the woman said quietly. Allie continued to pretend to be asleep. The woman walked back over to the door and turned around to see Allie still lying there.
Welcome to Asphodel, dear.
She turned and closed the door behind her. The woman's words left Allie bewildered. Allie sat up again and turned her head toward the door to make sure the coast was still clear. She wrapped the sheet around her body again, then tiptoed back over to the door and cracked it open again to watch the woman descend the staircase.
Otto! Sem! Lunch! I'm not telling you again,
Yelled the woman as she turned the corner from the staircase and stuck her head through the doorway below the balcony. The woman strode back to the table at the center of the foyer, grabbed the empty silver tray, opened the front door again, then left. Now confident that the coast was clear, Allie made her way back out onto the balcony and over to the staircase. She wandered down the steps to see a large living room to her right, piled with books that were scattered across the floor, surrounded by bookshelves. A red velvet couch sat at a careless angle in the middle of the room. A suit of steel medieval armor stood at attention near the entryway. Stepping lightly across the marble floor, Allie waved her hand in front of the suit of armor and tapped on the metal chest plate. The suit was empty. She wandered through the living room, noticing the large collection of ancient and historical artifacts scattered around the room, like a small private museum. Back beyond the entryway on the other side, Allie saw a dining room table with dirty plates strewn across it. She shuffled her way over to the table, noticing 2 of the chairs had been knocked to the floor as though 2 people had left in a hurry. The sound of voices suddenly caught Allie's attention. She turned back to see the wooden door below the balcony halfway open. She walked over to the doorway and pulled the door open. The voices grew louder.
Wait! I got it!
Said an echoing voice from below. Ahead of her, around a corner to her left, lay a wooden stairway that seemed out of place compared to the rest of the house. Allie crept down the staircase, attempting to step as softly as possible. Step by careful step, as she made her way down the stairs, she determined the voices below to be 2 men arguing.
I'm telling you, it's not a transmitter issue. It's the receiver,
said the younger of the 2 voices.
No. I've checked it already. If I check it again, I'll break it on purpose just so I can diagnose the problem,
replied an older voice.
Well, why not at least try to set it to a double frequency? And then I'll admit you were right.
Kid, you're not listening. I'm telling you, it's the delay. Parallels aren't a matter of distance, it's about timing. Your transmissions are always going to have a delay. Every time we get a hiccup on this end, your signal has to wait till the time is right again.
We hardly had any delay the other day when I went out dressed up in the suit. So what did you do?
Nothing. It was just a coincidence.
The older voice replied. Allie continued to creep down the stairs. As she approached the point where the wall no longer blocked the railing, she poked her head around the corner and saw the two men arguing. She sat down on the stairs just out of sight, wrapping herself in her sheet. The taller, young man was facing away from her. He was dressed in a white, collared shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, with tan-colored pants and brown leather work boots. His dark brown hair was spiked up in the front and finely cut in the back. The other man was older and in his 40s or 50s. Allie could see his trimmed beard plainly from the stairs. His light brown hair was peppered with gray, and he wore a long-sleeved, button-up, green shirt over an orange undershirt. His blue jeans looked dirty with grease and white powder on them, as did his black leather shoes.
You had to have done something. There's no such thing as coincidence,
replied the young man, still looking away from Allie. The older man leaned back against a desk with an old computer monitor on it.
So, you're a skeptic now. I see,
replied the older man.
Odds are we're in progressive flux. The problem is telling when we're in the process of a degrading flux. You can't predict something like that here.
Allie peeked further down the stairs. A series of large pipes and wires running away from the area around the computer stretched across the basement walls.
Could we use the Ark? Unless you think that's a dumb idea, too.
Allie leaned forward to see an odd-looking machine at the other end of the room. 4 metal arms, connected by large steel cables and wires, hung from the ceiling and floor, surrounding a set of 4 metal inlaid rings at the very center. Allie stared at the strange machine for a moment in bewilderment.
All right, what do you mean, smartass?
Asked the older man.
If we tie the transmission signals into the Ark, would that eliminate the problem? Erland always said it was bound here, too. Maybe it can predict what we can't.
Maybe. I need Merrick's help, though. If we use too much amperage trying to scan this end, I won't be able to open the gateway again.
An amber light flashed over the desk above the computer, and an alarm wailed. The older man turned around and studied the screen. The young man whirled around and faced Allie as he hurried toward a locker near the stairs. Allie moved around, unable to see the young man's face, as he opened the locker door, now blocking her gaze.
Is it a high-energy signal?
Asked the young man as he pulled on a brown vest from the locker and slipped it on.
I don't know yet. Hold on, give me a second, kid.
Replied the older man while he typed on the keyboard in front of the computer.
No, she's real quiet.
What are the conditions like?
Dry. Really dry. Probably a desert of some sort.
The young man reached into the locker and grabbed a pair of black welding goggles.
Can you at least get me close?
I'll try, but the new code is finicky. Doesn't always work the way we hope. It can get you closer than normal, but it won't be much of an improvement.
Guess we'll work on that when I get back,
said the young man as he wrapped a teal scarf around his nose and mouth. He closed the locker door and looked up. The man looked over the locker at Allie as she stared right back at him from the stairs. His eyes were 2 different colors. The right eye, deep blue, and the left, a dark shade of brown. He watched her for a moment, seemingly unalerted by her presence, as he slipped the goggles on over his head. Allie pulled her head back around the corner. Her cover had undoubtedly been blown.
You'll have 7 hours, max,
said the older man. The young man turned around and looked back at the older man. Allie peeked her head back out from around the corner. The young man walked over to the desk and unplugged a small wrist piece from the table and clipped it around his wrist, then grabbed a black backpack off the table and slipped it on over his shoulders. He adjusted the teal scarf over his nose and mouth, moved to the center of the room, and planted his feet facing the strange machine like he was about to take off in a sprint.
Hit it,
the young man said as he stretched his neck. The older man typed on the keyboard in front of him before turning back around. The cables around the room sprang to life, buzzing and humming. Allie leaned forward, putting all her weight on her front foot. The 4 metallic rings in the middle of the machine began to spin. One by one, they each spun faster and faster as the 4 metal arms around it moved inwards towards each other at the center of the rings. The young man stood at the other end of the machine, ready for whatever was about to happen. The older man reached around behind him and grabbed his own pair of black goggles from off the desk. He slipped them on over his head and adjusted them around his eyes.
Good luck, kid! Don't need any!
From within the center of the 4 metal arms, Allie saw a small, bright white light form. The light slowly began to grow, bathing the room in its own sunlight as the arms stretched back. The shadows in the room grew and stretched. The light grew wider and wider. Allie placed her hand over her eyes, desperately trying to see what was happening beyond the blinding light. A rush of warm, dry air blew in through the room, blowing the papers off the desk and causing the machine cables hung around the room to sway back and forth. Allie peered through the cracks between her fingers to see the shadow of the young man suddenly take off in a sprint toward the light. His silhouette disappeared into the starlight. Looking away, Allie could hear the machine begin to power down. The light faded as the shadows in the room slowly started to retreat. Several dark spots lingered in Allie's eyesight. She rubbed at her eyes and looked back over at the machine. A small silver star remained at the center, with the rings around it still spinning at their own different speeds. Allie gazed at the bright star, no bigger than a small coin, in astonishment. The older man walked over to the middle of the room and looked down at the floor as he lifted the goggles away from his eyes. He waved his foot across the floor, revealing a large amount of sand that was now spread out across the stone floor.
Well, this will be fun to clean up,
he said to himself, his voice laced with annoyance. Allie's heart raced. She scanned all around the room and saw no sign of the young man. Panic began to fill her. Each breath grew deeper and faster as she hyperventilated. She could only think to do one thing: run. Allie turned to run up the stairs. She pushed off against her back foot, only to feel the bottom of her foot slip on the sheet over the slick wood surface. Her weakened legs couldn't hold her. She stumbled backward down the stairs, tumbling down the steps until she slammed her head into the wall at the bottom of the landing. She laid on the floor and stared helplessly at the older man. The man rushed over to help, grabbing a medical kit from off the wall before bending down next to her.
Don't move. I got you. Just stay right there for a minute,
he said to her. Allie lied motionless. The man worked his hands around her shoulders and behind her neck.
Well, I don't feel anything broken,
he said as he helped her sit up against the wall. He pulled a small flashlight from out of his shirt pocket and peered into her eyes.
It's all right. Now, look up for me.
Allie complied. She turned her eyes toward the ceiling.
Now down, now to the right, now the left.
Allie did so with ease. The man sighed with relief.
Not concussed either. That's a bonus. Scared me for a minute there.
The man reached into the medical pack and pulled out a small ice pack that he massaged with his hands.
You okay, kiddo?
He asked. Allie put her hand up to her forehead. She could feel a large bump forming. Looking up, she realized the sheet that had been wrapped around her was now lying crumpled on the stairs. A wave of embarrassment fell over her.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Hold this on your head,
said the man as he handed her the ice pack and got up to grab the sheet. He leaned over and picked the sheet up, then draped it around Allie as she held the ice pack on her head.
Sorry, all the clothes are at the wash. Normally, we would have given you something to wear right away.
Allie squinted in pain as the pulsing in her head grew stronger and more vigorous.
Can you tell me your name?
Asked the man as he stood back up and dragged the office chair over to the stair landing from his desk.
Allie.
Is that short for Alice?
Allison, actually.
The communicator resting on top of the computer beeped. The man turned around and rolled the office chair back over to the desk. He picked up the communicator and tapped on the touchscreen.
Hot as hell out here. It's like looking for someone in a giant sandbox.
Came the young man's voice over the handheld communicator.
You said it wouldn't take you that long. Care to roll over and admit you were wrong? Our newest guest took a doozy of a spill down the stairs after you left. Luckily, she's all right,
said the older man into the handheld. He moved back over to Allie and clipped the handheld communicator on his belt loop.
I'm Otto, by the way. Sorry for the delayed introduction.
Who are you people?
Said Allie as she rubbed the cold pack on her head.
Tell you what, let's get you back upstairs, then I'll explain everything. Deal?
Allie looked over at Otto as he extended his hand out to her. Allie nodded and shook his hand. Otto stood up and helped her stand up, offering her a helping hand up the treacherous, slippery staircase.
Hey everyone, this is Nick Erickson, the voice of Leo from SEM Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventure across time so far, be sure to check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/TS Wieland. With your support, you'll gain early access to the next chapter of the book, and even a copy of the book itself. With your contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made every day through hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all across the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us on our adventures.
Chapter 6. A World Between Worlds. Otto helped Allie up the stairs and back into the living room by the hand. He removed the books from the couch. Allie lay back on the sofa, continuing to hold the cold pack to her head. Seeing the silver tray on the entry table, Otto sauntered back over to the table and lifted a plate of food for him to inspect.
Looks like Violet was here. That woman couldn't make a chicken salad sandwich to save her life. But thankfully, she can't mess up fruit.
Otto put a piece of apple in his mouth and chewed. Still holding the plate, he walked back over to the living room and sat down on the chair across the sofa from Allie.
Would you like some?
He asked, holding the plate out to her.
No thanks. Food doesn't sound very appealing at the moment.
Otto sat back in the chair and continued to eat the fruit off the plate. His handheld beeped as he picked it up and pressed the accept button on the screen. The young man's voice crackled from the other end of the handheld.
Yeah, I saw her watching us from the stairs earlier before I left. Think of it this way. Now's your chance to start answering questions like we talked about yesterday.
Allie raised her eyebrows, sensing there was a delay between now and the previous message Otto had sent. The wrinkles in Otto's face folded into a look of annoyance.
You saw her and didn't think to say anything? A warning even for her would have been polite. Your manners are slipping, kid.
He shook his head and placed the communicator in his lap. He turned his attention back to Allie, continuing to eat the fruit.
Sorry about that. I would have warned you about the Ark if I had known you were on the stairs.
The Ark?
Asked Allie, confused.
That machine you saw downstairs with the bright light and spinning circles stands for Artificial Rosenbridge Contrivance, or ARC for short.
Artificial what?
It's a doorway. A machine that opened wormholes or connections between worlds we could step through. Pretty,
said Otto around the food in his mouth. Allie stared at him as he chewed.
Worlds?
She asked, feeling confused. Otto finished off the plate of fruit and placed the plate down on the floor next to him. He wiped his hands together and leaned forward in the chair.
Guess this is always a bit confusing at first. I suppose I should just come right out and tell you,
replied Otto with a deep sigh.
You're not in wherever you come from anymore, kiddo.
Allie stared at him and raised her eyebrows.
Wait, what do you mean? Where am I?
I'm not good at explaining this. How about this? Have you ever seen the movie The Wizard of Oz?
Allie nodded, thinking whatever Otto was trying to tell her was making less sense than before.
Excellent. Let me put it this way. You're not in Kansas anymore. You're not in whatever city, town, or wherever you came from anymore.
You mean Philadelphia?
Yeah, exactly,
replied Otto as he sat back in the chair.
You're not in Philadelphia anymore, kiddo.
Okay, where am I then?
Asked Allie, crossing her arms. Otto rubbed the back of his neck as the handheld in his lap began to beep again. He paused his explanation and tapped a button on the screen.
Either way, she's gonna find out about it eventually. Hold up a second,
said the younger man over the communicator, the rushing sound of wind overpowering his voice.
I think I see some tracks. They must not be far. I'll get back to you.
Still rude, kid. Alright, keep me posted. Sorry about that. Okay, this may sound a bit strange at first, but stay with me.
Allie sat up from the couch, ready to finally get a straight answer.
You're not in Philadelphia anymore. You're in a place between Philadelphia.
Between Philadelphia?
Asked Allie with an even more confused look. Her patience was growing ever thinner.
You're in a world between your Philadelphia and an endless number of Philadelphias, both past and future. You're in another universe, or world, you could say. One that stands on the outskirts of all the others.
Allie sat back on the couch and chuckled.
That's not possible.
Otto smiled at her with a fiendish grin.
Aha, I'm glad you disagree.
He stood up from his chair and looked to his left at the clock resting on a bookshelf across the room.
Keep your eye on the clock on the bookshelf.
Allie looked over to her right and watched the old clock tick away. Otto reached down and picked the plate up off the floor. He held it in his left hand, gazed at his watch, and waited. Allie watched the clock skeptically, seeing it tick away each second as normal. As the second hand approached the 40-second mark, it began to slow down ever so slightly, each second taking longer than the last. Allie's skeptical expression began to sink into a perplexing stare. Otto threw the plate toward the wall like a discus at the clock on the shelf as the clock ticked away very slowly, each second seeming to take almost a full minute. Allie braced to watch the plate hit the wall. She closed her eyes, awaiting the sound of a loud crash. The moment came and went, with not a sound, away each second as normal. As the second fiendish grin
Aha, I'm glad you disagree.
He stood up from his chair and looked to his left at the clock resting on a bookshelf across the room.
Keep your eye on the clock on the bookshelf.
Allie looked over to her right and watched the old clock tick away. Otto reached down and picked the plate up off the floor. He held it in his left hand, gazed at his watch, and waited. Allie watched the clock skeptically, seeing it tick away each second as normal. As the second hand approached the 40-second mark, it began to slow down ever so slightly, each second taking longer than the last. Allie's skeptical expression began to sink into a perplexing stare. Otto threw the plate toward the wall like a discus at the clock on the shelf as the clock ticked away very slowly, each second seeming to take almost a full minute. Allie braced to watch the plate hit the wall. She closed her eyes, awaiting the sound of a loud crash. The moment came and went, with not a sound. Allie opened her eyes again. To her surprise, the plate was stopped mid-air. It hovered above the ground, moving so slowly she could hardly tell it was moving at all. She turned back to the clock on the fireplace. The second hand appeared stuck at the 9-minute mark.
See?
How did you...
Allie stood, the sheet still wrapped around her. She began waving her hand around the plate, feeling for any wires or special tricks that Otto could have used to fool her, refusing to accept her reality. There was nothing. She could find no explanation for the plate's suspension. The only logical explanation was, he was right.
Welcome to Asphodel, kid. A world between worlds where time and space are broken,
said Otto. Allie watched the plate in disbelief.
This is unreal. How are we still talking, then? Shouldn't we have stopped, too?
Time hasn't stopped. Time and space have just become distance from each other, like a rubber band being stretched out, one end being space while the other being time. The space that second hand on the clock is moving through is slowed down, yet time continues to pass. We're moving as slowly as the plate, along with everything else in this room. We just don't notice as our minds and bodies adjust to the change. Kind of like staring at an illusion for too long, or focusing on a puzzle so hard you lose track of time. The fun part is, just like a rubber band, when one end snaps to catch up...
The plate sped back up and whizzed over Allie's shoulder faster than before. She ducked out of the way as it slammed into the bookshelf next to the clock, shattering into several pieces across the living room. Allie jumped in surprise. She looked over at Otto's blank expression.
Oops, I was planning to grab that before that happened. Anyway, like a rubber band, space has to catch up with time, so everything speeds up in order to return to normal.
Allie walked back over and sat down on the couch, a look of shock still in her eyes. Otto looked down at the shattered plate on the floor.
Violet's gonna kill me.
He sat back down in his chair.
Magic tricks aside, there's your proof. I'm sorry to say, but you're in another world, kiddo. One that rests between all the others, broken and dysfunctional. Somewhere between the voided space of all others. Kind of like a limbo world, or purgatory, some see it as. Everyone here just calls it Asphodel.
Allie took a moment, struggling to accept what she was hearing.
How did I get here, then?
She finally asked.
We saved you. Well, Sem saved you, but I helped. Can't let him take all the credit.
Save me from what?
From the worst fate of all.
Otto stood up from his chair and began wandering around the room, searching for a piece of paper to write on. He picked up a leather journal from off the floor, tore out a sheet from the back of it, and held it on the journal's cover to write on. Otto sat back down in his chair, using one of the pens from his pocket to write with. He drew several small circles on the page, then held it toward Allie to look at.
You see, around us is an endless number of other worlds, such as yours or mine. Worlds that are just like bubbles floating through the air with no clear direction. In them are people like you and I, living on versions of Earth, going on with their lives as they always do.
Otto began drawing 2 larger circles on the page, surrounded by smaller circles.
Asphodel is in the middle of all these bubbles, a voided world placed outside all the others, where universes that failed to form fell through the gaps in the cosmos and the remnants of destroyed worlds were left to settle. For all we know, it could have even been its own world, one that never matured or ever fully formed.
Otto drew 2 bubbles next to each other on the page, one labeled Allie's World, and the other labeled Otherworld.
Sometimes these worlds run into each other by accident or because of large energy bursts that are man-made through wars and conflict, or simply by accident. And when that happens, people from one world sometimes get dragged from their own world to another.
Otto drew the same 2 large bubbles again, only this time their sides touched, and an arrow pointed from one bubble to the other.
A person such as yourself can get caught in the wrong place at the wrong time when these worlds touch. As a result, they get dragged away from their home world to another. That's what happened to you.
Allie looked up at him.
I was pulled into another world.
Yes, your world came into contact with another, and as a result, you were pulled through a small, one-way tunnel bridging the two.
So how did I get here then?
That's where we came in. When someone passes over to another world, one that they don't belong in, that world becomes unstable and ready to burst or pop, just like a bubble.
Allie gazed at him.
Why?
Simple. Each world has a specific number of objects or set amount of mass within it. Everything and everyone as a whole make up a single world. If you add more, or in this case, someone who doesn't belong there, it becomes unstable and can burst.
Like blowing too much air into a balloon?
Exactly,
replied Otto with a smile, clearly glad that Allie understood. He drew a single circle on the page with a series of lines projecting from it, and a similar bubble made from dotted lines with the word Asphodel written inside it.
Our job was to find you using that machine downstairs, the Ark, and bring you back here where you'd be safe, back to a world with no limits or boundaries. Luckily for us, when a world is about to burst, it sends out a distress signal that we lock onto and intercept. We then open the door or gateway with the Ark, go in, hurry to find the person we're searching for, grab them, and get back here before anyone notices.
Allie lay back on the couch and placed the ice pack on her head again.
I think my head hurts even more now. This is insane.
Sorry. I know it's difficult to take in. It took me a while to understand it myself. A few people never understand.
I still can't believe it, though,
she replied as she sprawled across the couch.
I wouldn't expect you to believe me all at once. It's something that usually takes a while to absorb. Such things are beyond my knowledge most days.
Otto put the pen back into his shirt pocket. He then looked at the journal in his hand for a moment, with a curious fixation. Allie turned and looked over at him.
So when can I go home?
Otto's handheld beeped even faster than before. He set the journal down in his lap, then stared down at his communicator and stood up. He handed the paper over to Allie.
Hang tight for a minute, kiddo. I'll be right back,
he said. He strode back into the entrance hall and down the stairs to the basement again. Allie looked up at the ceiling. Her head still pounded from the pain of falling down the stairs, alongside the new headache that stemmed from trying to imagine herself caught between this world and an infinite horizon of others, like the blank space between the words of a book, or the endless void between the stars and the night sky. She could hear the machine downstairs echo through the entire house. Out of the corner of her eye, a bright light shone in the hall, casting shadows across the room. The light quickly faded along with the sound. She continued to stare up at the ceiling, holding the paper in her hand. She imagined a vast swarm of bubbles floating through the air, dancing gracefully and sporadically in all directions. She considered that one was a vast universe she'd once inhabited, blissfully unaware of the grand worlds around her, until one particular universe collided with her own. And then, just like that, she was gone. She heard footsteps coming up the stairs. She sat up, clutching the sheet to her chest.
Almost there,
said the young man as he reached the top of the steps. He had returned from his journey, along with a new house guest. A fragile, elderly man, wrapped in an orange blanket, carefully and slowly walked into the entrance hall, holding the young man's arm for support.
You need any help?
Asked Otto as he followed behind them, making sure the old man didn't fall back down the steps.
Nah, I think we got it. I'll give him a hydration pack upstairs and let him sleep,
said the young man. Crossing the entryway, the young man continued to help the old man up the next flight of stairs. Otto watched as they climbed, slowly taking each step. Allie rested her head back against the sofa, lifting the page up to her face and looking through the drawings. Otto walked up behind her and stood at the end of the sofa.
Do you like pancakes?
Allie pulled the page away from her face and looked up at him.
Sure, I guess.
Wonderful. You'll love my pancake recipe in that case. My daughter's always raved about my pancakes. Just relax for right now and keep that coal pack on your head. I'll make a batch for everyone later.
Allie nodded and smiled at him. He peered up the stairs, waiting for the young man to come back down. A never-ending list of questions flooded Allie's mind. Where had her clothes gone? When could she go home? Was her dad okay? And had she been away so long she'd missed her chance to fly home to see him? How long had she been unconscious? Did anyone even realize she was gone? She wanted to ask all her questions, right now. But she knew, as a guest in the home of these two men who had apparently saved her life, she would have to wait patiently. Allie heard the sound of the young man coming back down the stairs.
Everything good up there?
Asked Otto from the bottom of the steps.
Yeah, we're gonna need more hydration packs, though. I just used the last one.
I'll pick up more after my meeting later.
Allie sat up to watch her two rescuers walk into the living room. The young man picked away at the sand in his ears. His goggles still covered his eyes, and the scarf remained wrapped around his nose as he stood in the foyer.
Allie, this is Sem. Sem is the one who found you and brought you back here to Asphodel,
Otto said as he walked into the room. Allie stood up from the couch and held the sheet around her, embarrassed that she was still undressed. Sem walked into the living room, hands still digging at the sand in his ears. He leaned forward with his head level to the floor and began to shake like a dog. As he shook vigorously from side to side, sand fell from his shoulders and hair onto the floor.
Really? You couldn't have done that downstairs? Now we have to clean up here, too?
Like we ever clean.
Sem pulled the scarf down from his face, exposing his fine-trimmed goatee and jaw. He lifted his goggles from his eyes up to his forehead, revealing his strangely discolored eyes once more. Allie was transfixed, thinking how she had never seen anyone with blue and brown eyes before. She reached her hand out to shake his, almost losing her grip on the sheet. Her face turned cherry red with embarrassment.
Thank you for saving me,
she said to him. Sem shook her hand lazily with 4 fingers, as though he wasn't interested in the conversation, still brushing the sand from his clothes.
Yeah, no problem,
he said, pulling the scarf from his neck and throwing it on the couch.
You call that a handshake?
What? I got sand all over me. I didn't want to get her dirty. Women hate dirt.
Allie glared at him with a disapproving expression. She had worked with her dad on greasy car engines since she was a child. Dirt might worry some women, but not her.
It's fine. I'm not afraid of a little dirt.
Can you help her up the stairs?
I'm sure she's capable,
replied Sim as he patted more sand from his shoulders.
She just fell down the basement stairs because you didn't say anything. Least you could do is make up for it.
Otto smacked Sim on the head. More sand fell from Sim's shoulders to the floor. Allie chuckled, watching the two men argue in almost a slapstick fashion.
You're just making more of a mess to clean.
I should make you clean it. First, help her upstairs.
Fine.
Get more rest, kiddo. We can talk later,
said Otto. Allie nodded. She walked over to the stairs as Sim stared at Otto. Sim followed behind her, still patting the sand from his vest.
I haven't made us lunch again,
said Otto as he walked across the hall into the dining room.
Ugh, sandwiches?
Yeah, chicken salad.
I'm guessing you ate all the fruit then.
Yep.
Sim huffed to himself as Allie approached the bottom of the staircase.
I should make you leave next time while I sit around and eat all the fruit.
Otto turned at the corner into the next room and shouted,
You know that's not my job.
Need any help?
asked Sim, ready to carry Allie up the steps.
No, I'm all right.
Allie lumbered up the first few steps. As she reached the 6th step, the sheet once more slipped beneath her feet. She stumbled, trying to cling to the railing. Sim reached out and caught her under the arms.
Here,
he said, picking her up and cradling her in his arms. Allie remembered the blue armored figure from before, as she was lying in the dirt, half unconscious. Despite being less than impressed with her humble rescuer's attitude, she still felt the same warm, safe, comforting feeling from before. As he carried her, she was glad to finally see him face to face this time. He looked away from her with a blank stare that gave her the impression he was distancing himself. She couldn't make out why or how she knew, but somehow, deep within his strange gaze, he was still wearing a helmet to cover himself. He was shielding himself from something, and only a faint light in his vivid, colored gaze shone through.
Sorry if I get sand on you,
he said, not bothering to look her in the eyes.
It's okay.
Allie felt nervous for some strange reason. Sim carried her back into the red bedroom she had awoken in and placed her on the bed. He walked over to the closet, opened it, and grabbed a red blanket from the top shelf and threw it down on the bed next to her.
There's an extra blanket, if you need it.
He walked over to the doorway and turned around. Allie sat on the bed and looked over at him.
Holler, if you need anything else.
Thanks.
Sim looked away as he shut the door. He stood at the door for a moment, still holding the handle, thinking to himself. He shook his head and continued back downstairs. Allie lay back on the bed and once more waded through her thoughts and questions, wondering if she would ever be able to fall asleep again, knowing where she was now. She was the first person from her world to travel to a foreign universe, only to be rescued by a man who had traveled to them all, a story which she undoubtedly knew no one back home would believe. That is, when she returned home.
Hey everyone, this is AJ Beckles, the voice of Merrick from SEM Adventures Across Time. If you've enjoyed your adventure across time so far, be sure to check out our Patreon page at patreon.com/TS Wieland. With your support, you'll gain early access to the next chapter of the book and even a copy of the book itself. With your contribution, more thrilling and inspiring audiobooks can be made every day through the hard work, time, and dedication of voice actors and artists all across the world, including myself, all working together. From all of us here in the world between worlds, we'd like to thank you for joining us on our adventures.
And that was it. That is as far as my friend has gotten with his audiobook series. I hope you guys liked it. It's based on a story that he wrote, gosh, like back when I was in college, I guess. I actually helped out as one of the voice actors at one point for a very like early version of this story, just to kind of like test the idea. And I actually used to host live streams about it, and I'd offer free sketches to people who would sit through the whole thing every time a new episode came out. But now he's gotten like another level with this project, and it's really exciting to see it kind of all come together. So yeah, if you like it, like I said, the Patreon like gives you early access, but otherwise these are coming out every Friday, and they are free to listen to, but maybe consider, if you like what he's doing, giving him a little bit of support, because he just started on this. It's very brand new. He's paying everything out of pocket right now to, you know, get all these voice actors on board and stuff, so he really needs to see this project grow beyond that, because he's got a bunch of other books he'd like to do it to. So yeah, that was nice. I hope you guys liked it. Speaking of Patreon. Alright. So yeah, this I've never sewed with headliner fabric before, and I really wish I had more of a proper interfacing, or a ceramic foot, because the stupid thing gets getting caught, which is why I'm using this tracing cloth material as sort of a easy to slip thing, so the foot doesn't get caught in it and it doesn't bunch up. It's very annoying. Part of Cardo probably died. Yes, it did. Gosh dang it. Okay, so you didn't even get to see what I said back to you, Picardo. I said that, yeah, we tried all sorts of things. I thought a special effects tattoo pen would work. Like, they do fake tattoos in the movies, but nope, that shit didn't last at all. So the best choice ended up being a liquid eyeliner pen, like a really fat marker version of it. Alright, I'm gonna have to restart the stupid Cardo thing. God dang it. Why you do this? Oh well. I'm almost done. The interfacing has definitely helped. This is my really awful attempt at making this like little headliner based thing. I hope that it turned out okay. I just kinda wanna seal up, go over this the top and sort of seal it. Maybe sort of flatten it out a little bit. course, right at the end, I run out of bombing thread. Lame. It doesn't matter because this is a liner, it doesn't need to be that pretty, but it looks really bad. I will learn how to work with this material better in the future, I swear. Hi, Mist. Alright. Alright, then I'm done with the sewing machine for now. Let's see. I'll list up to something different. What is this? Get it away. Okay. I'm not technically monetizing the videos on YouTube and Twitch, so I can't technically have music that is copyrighted play, but I don't want to push my luck too much with it. But now I feel like listening to something more familiar. And singing. I miss doing that. It's fun. Ink's here too. Hi. All right.
Hello?
There. It's
Hello?
it's a really awful liner.
Take me now, baby, here as I am. Hold me close, try and understand. I work all day out in the hot sun. Stay with me now till the morning comes.
Come on now, try and understand the way I feel when I'm in your hands. Take my hand, come undercover. They can't hurt us now, they can't hurt us now, they can't hurt us now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because
in my bed till the morning comes.
Come on now, try and understand the way I feel when I'm in your hands. Take me now as the sun descends. They can't hurt us now. They can't hurt us now. They can't hurt us now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Your love is here and now. The vicious circle turns and burns. Without you, oh, I cannot live. Forgive me now. The time has come to take this moment. Take my hand. They can't hurt you now. Take me now. They can't hurt us now. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us.
They are so many things
belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us.
I can look at my Amazon purchases. Don't you like my face on there? I like my face on there. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh. Oh, you know why? Sorry, you guys. I didn't realize the music was so loud because it is a different, completely different setting for the audiobook. So hopefully that's better. Cool. I'm glad. The audio levels got all messed up. Not my fault, I swear. I'm not taking stream requests for music right now. Sorry. Yeah, I could clear that like ahead of time before a stream or something. So yeah, I use a program called Restream. A service that basically you stream it to them and then they take care of distributing to a bunch of different places at once for me. So it means that there's a little bit extra lag between real life and when you actually see it, but like I figured I couldn't decide what I should be focusing on, what platform to stream. I'm like, why not just do it to all of them when I found out there was a program out there that could do it. What the heck was that? That thump noise. More thumb noises. I think it's coming from Taylor's room. Visions through the eyeballs and through the mouth, technically. You can see the eyeballs are actually mesh. Like you can see through them. See? But when you have something dark on the inside, the eyes appear to be solid. So they can't see in, but you can see out.
You're wondering who I am. I've seen no man can.
Yes, birds are best. I'm so glad that more birds are like popping up and being popular. The world is okay, so you can see I'm building like a headliner for it. So I have some sort of like sock for my head to sort of slip into and keep everything kind of in place. Sort of very much minimize the amount of padding I have to do. I'll just have some with the kind of top of the head, but I'll try to leave it as roomy and light and breathable as possible. And this will be kind of like a liner. It'll be easy to line it with something a little bit maybe nicer in the future, but for now, this is going to work. I'm going to stick this on my head though. Yeah. It's YouTube, so it's not going to retroactively automatically update because I've not set up my little snip feature on my laptop to automatically update. So I just gave you the band name and the name of the album. This is like a cover album. So obviously this is Mr. Roboto, but it's not by Styx. It's the cover by the Protoman. So yeah, that. Ow! I knew that was going to happen. All the pins that are holding the eyeballs in place, I just stabbed myself with. Good job, Ryan. You're a pro. That's before. Okay. That is nice and comfy. I'm gonna put the eyeballs a little bigger so I can actually see out of this thing while I test it on. And then I'll make these big to match the bird eye. Line it up first. Cuts everywhere. Luckily I can't stab my face from the inside, it's only picking it up on the outside. This will be fun. Self-portrait. Yo. I look like oh frick, what do they call it from Doctor Who? I can't. Cyberman. That was stupid. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Too much technology. Machines to save our lives. Machines to humanize. The time has come at last to throw away this mask. Now everyone can see my true identity. I'm Kilroy, 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 Kilroy.
I don't know why I just put the headphone back on. I'm just gonna put the stupid thing back on my face. Oh well. I'm gonna lift this up a little bit. And then I need to figure out how much padding I can get away with putting on top of the head. I need to put a little bit more, probably. Just to make it a little bit more comfy. Like a knight.
We're not indestructible. Baby, better get
Oh yeah, the stupid Picardo. For some reason, it has an error in the coding that it can't handle punctuation marks. I don't know what the heck is wrong with it. So all the Picardo people using like parentheses and apostrophes just turns into like gibberish code. It's stupid. Sorry about that. Ah.
There's a shortcut home. There's no reason why living can be right.
Yeah. It's kind of annoying.
I don't wanna drag you down. I'm feeling like a prisoner, like a stranger in a no-name town. I see all the angry faces, afraid that could be you and me. Talking about what might have been, thinking about what it used to be. There's no easy way out. There's a shortcut home. There's no easy way out. Living in can be wrong.
Okay, so that's the angle it needs to sit at. So.
Baby, baby, we could shed
This is how far away my head has to be from the eyes in order to get clear.
Instead of going down an endless road, not knowing if we're dead or alive. But some things are worth fighting for. Some feelings never die. I am not asking for another chance. I just wanna know why. There's no easy way out. There's a shortcut home. There's no easy way out.
Right.
Living in can be wrong. There's no easy way out. There's a shortcut home. There's no easy way out.
Now I have a blank foot only because I have a hole in it. There we go, right there. sure that this is all the way forward. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take the pen, and I'm going to draw a line from the top of my head where the edge of the mask is. Second, in case it shifts, I can line it up again. As I take this off, I'm trying to hold it in place best I can.
It was real. No matter what happens tonight, no one can take that away from me. From us. Gotta go now.
Cool. And then this goes right into the bottom of the jaw there, so that ended up being like perfect. And then I can see like what I have to do to make this all match up, and then I can cut the holes in all the front of the face to line up with all the bird holes. It'll be good. Okay, so there's no
Hey, this is Tyler from 21 Pilots. Check out our new.
You gotta be sleeping? Alright, thank you so much for stopping by, Holly. I will see you soon regardless. I'm excited. Get some sleep. It's getting fur. It's gonna be almost exactly the same as the other one. The realistic one. Except that I'm gonna actually finish the markings on it. Ah. Yeah, it'll match this one. So it's just all fur. It'll look like this in the top corner here. Yeah, that's my concept art. Afternoon. Well, you're definitely not from this side of the world. Well, I'm happy that this is turning out okay. Like, I was starting to be like, this is stupid. Like, I can't sew this. I can't get this pattern right. And it's finally starting to make me feel better about it. Welcome to this! Oz East Coast, there you go! It is 11 o'clock at night over here, in case we were wondering. Probably don't- Ow! There's the pen again. I probably don't need to put any sort of padding like in front of the nose or anything. I'm just gonna leave it all sort of open, because I don't... Well, I might put a little padding, just in case I smash my face into something. Then I could at least protect this part of my face from hitting the plastic or the eyes or anything. It'll still be protected by this, and a balaclava or whatever I'm wearing, but, okay, so... Now that I know that that all fits, I know exactly where this needs to sit to keep my head in place inside the mask, I'm going to now pop the eyes back out. Eyeball out. Ah, disastrous absol. Ooh. What a name. Okay, so now the eyeballs are popped back out. I can now use this as a template to trace onto this inside, so it's really easy. Now, how much bigger I have to make these little holes, or that I can make the holes. I just want to be able to line it up. Now, this, I'm also going to keep in mind that it's a little bit smaller because of the black part is closer to the face anyway. But so they're more able to see. It does look like a naked Peregrine falcon. And it is a falcon. That's a falcon tiger. So that's good. That's definitely good. So, otherwise it was a good guess. Yeah, I live in Mountain Time. It's not Mountain Central Time, since Central's the name of the time zone that's next to us. Mountain Standard Time. When, you know, you're not on daylight savings time. Not in daylight time, they call it otherwise. Because, you know, it's stupid. We have to do it that way. Alright, so I'm going to pin the top of where this needs to rest in place. Keep, note to yourself, do not stab self with a giant pin that's sticking off the top of head, because that'll happen to me. In fact, I'm going to bend this down, because this pin is already screwed up anyway. So maybe that'll help stay a little bit better. Okay. That liner goes there. I'm going to double check that's where it needs to go. Ow! I did it. I touched the pin. I told you I would. It's so bad. Okay, right there.
To escape, the city was sticky and cruel. Maybe I should have called you first, but I was dying to get to you. I was dreaming when I drove the long straight road. Taste your sweet kisses, your arms open wide.
Or because I have to take some extra time to document all this. Yeah, I'm gonna put extra padding around to hold it in place. The liner alone is not enough. You are correct. Okay.
Keeps us from falling apart. No matter where I go, I hear the beating of our one heart. I think about you
pull that and place it there. Was it not on me? I got a much better. Okay. That. Now I start trying to. I know I have not been on YouTube in forever, so I'm hoping to fix that. Thank you for joining us. All right. Some holes for the nose, mouth, and eyes. Some eyeballs. Needs to be about as big as I actually cut that tiny hole. Is about as big as it really needs to be because it's right up against my face. But if someone else is wearing this and they're a little bit different size or something, or you know, something, or just kind of want to make it so the liner is a little bit closer to the going all the way to the character, not just down my face. Just kind of make it a little bigger. And humongous on this guy. So I'm going to normally you don't cut that, okay. A little bit open.
With YouTube Music Premium, explore your favorite albums, music videos, and more.
And then I'll
even when you're offline or lock your screen. And get it all ad-free. YouTube Music Premium, free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
Okay, something like that. Just gonna give me a rough idea. Yeah. Let's go back down since I'm back on working on the table. I'm slow at this. This has been a very long time since I've made a mask for anything, and I've never done this method, so I'm really out of touch, out of practice. Every now and then I get a little bit nervous at the best of all the years have gone by. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, then I see the look in your eyes. This looks really silly and scary. Like, look at that. Comedic effect. Every now and then I get a little bit angry and I know I got to get out and cry. Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, but then I see the look in your eyes. My eyes apparently are not even, they don't quite match up. It does look like an executioner's mask. I'm gonna mess somebody's day up. Actually, I'm kind of curious now, why executioners just wear hoods? Like, was it just to be anonymous or intimidating? Or is there like some special reason for it? There's nothing I can do, totally eclipse of the heart. Once upon a time there was light in my life. Now there's only love in the dark. Nothing I can say, a total eclipse of the heart. Start this small. That looks so silly. Liners are funny. Oh, what am I making, you guys? Now it looks like a ghost. Really scary. I can't probably put. Oh, I can put this with headphones on. Yeah, that's how much room I built into this. Hello. Yes, I am still going, Slash. Welcome. I'm the Juggernaut. Oh shoot. I'm straight up in the Juggernaut now. Like, no denying. This is also sideways. There we go. Yeah, I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Yes. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna make the eyes a little bit closer together too. Notice that. Now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can do. Total eclipse of the heart. Oh. There, it's perfect. If I had one dinosaur as a pet, what would I pick? I guess, honestly, I'd probably have to say, like, Velociraptor because they would be so small and actually, like, viable pet-like. No, not the phone video, the Juggernaut video, you guys! I'm disappointed in your internet history. Turn around. Liner, go in there. Alright. Be better meme words. Right there. Putting my marks. Ah, shit, I moved it. I'm gonna put my head back on.
With YouTube Music Premium, explore your favorite albums, music videos, and more, even when you're offline or lock your screen. And get it all ad-free.
That's nice. Go away.
YouTube Music Premium, free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
It's easy if I put this on my head because right now I don't have any foam padding keeping it exactly in the place that I want it to be, which is going to be the next step. I have to keep manually testing it. Alright, this staying there, which I'm going to put the pin back in to keep it there while I maneuver it onto myself.
Look at me. I'm shaking. I'm fearless reporter, huh?
Alright, there we go. This keeps rotating on me. There. Comfy. Alright.
What was she like? The one they killed? Your girl?
She was a fighter.
Oh, did we look up what the executioner mask is for? The identity, so they wouldn't be seek vengeance. Ah, good point. But I would think that if you had like the executioner like in the town, everyone would know who that is. But you know, it wasn't. Not me. Okay. Toad already wants to slip down, which is not surprising. I might actually move this all forward. There. Stab. So it does slip a little bit. I think I'm gonna make this go up here. Because this line there is gonna be Okay. Good night, Jess. I will see you tomorrow. And have fun at the reptile club. Oh wait, no, you did get. I mean, you went to reptile. I'm tired too. Go to sleep. I did draw this line. I should have just cut on my line. You know what I... Okay. Oh, I know, it's because it's sliding down. This needs to slide. Yeah. That feels nice and comfortable. Cool. So now I have sort of a head saw. Now I get to build up all the padding to support it. Sleep is for weekdays. I'm old. You are allowed. You've gone through a bunch of shit. Go to sleep. You deserve sleep. Rude. Okay, so the best way to sort of build up some padding is support. So I'm going to put a chunk in the front forehead area here. Probably would put one... I definitely have to put it on the sides, too. Probably don't need a lot of padding in that. Okay, so I'm going to put the...
Hey, it's Rosalia. Check out my new song, Di Mi Nombre, from my album El Mal Querer, in the new YouTube Music app.
Hello, Foam. Sleep is for the tired. It is true. I'm gonna put a strip of 1 inch foam here, and if that's not thick enough, I'll put another strip and then, you know, go from there. So then I got some foamies to sort of help kind of solidify it. So for this, I'm gonna make a paper template first. Everything's paper first. Save this pattern. It's not the best, but it works. This is the one that did not work. This is my failed attempt at first. This is not a good. So I use this. This is actually a pretty good shape. I still believe through the pain and through the grief, through the lies. I'm just showing that I'm shaping some padding for the front of the forehead. Okay, and I have to do this while the eyes are installed, or I may screw this up. So, put these back in. I don't have to be exactly lined up, I just need to get them in a position where I know how deep it is around the eyes.
when the darkness comes.
So I avoid
I feel the
running into the
grave,
space where the eyes need to
but
go.
I still believe through the cold and through the heat, through the rain and through the tears, through the
Oh,
crowd.
there you go, I'm stabbing. I can feel that.
Through the cheers. No, I still believe.
I have not used neoprene before. The headliner stuff is kind of similar to neoprene though. It's a lot lighter, not nearly as dense. But it is a fabric with foam backing. It's not as like rubbery or stretchy, but it kind of has a similar feel and quality to it.
I'll march this road, I'll climb this hill, upon my
Eyeballs in.
if I have to. I'll take my place upon this stage. I'll wait till the end of time for you like everybody else.
There we go. Oh, I put the eye in upside down. That one's supposed to go on this side. Who cares? They're symmetrical otherwise. It's just like, wait a minute. That eye's upside down. Oh shoot, this looks really funny.
I'm out of miles, walking the streets.
It's only upside down because the eye shines on the bottom instead of the top. That's all.
Not me. I feel like I wanna go home. What do I feel? What do I know? But I still believe through the shame and through the grief, through the heartache and through the tears, through the weight and through the years. For people like us, in places like this, we need all the hope we can get. No, I still believe.
Okay, so eyes are sort of pinned in there, really haphazardly. So like, yeah, even though they are technically upside down. Test the fit of the face. I'm going to put the eye back on. Well, actually, I am going to make it talk again. It seemed to help a lot.
YouTube Music, the new music streaming app made by YouTube. We have video, but this is made for listening. The official audio, offline, ad-free, and in the background. It's all here. Get the YouTube Music app for 1 month free.
Ow! Of course I would touch a pin. Jeez. The worst. Alright.
Did you get it? I don't want your excuses. I want results.
Hey, it's Rosalia. Check out my album El Mal Querer in the new YouTube Music app.
How about bring the light tube thing? There we go. There, I can see it. Not working. Move it. Did it fuck up again? Why? It didn't seem like it should be. It should be. Nothing got adjusted. Maybe I was just starting to talk quieter. Oh yeah, I mean, depending on how I'm facing the bike, will adjust how things are. But I'm trying to stay a little bit quieter because it's like getting close to midnight here. I got people on the other side of that wall, on the other side of that wall. So. Alright, oh yeah, back to test bidding. Yeah. Okay, so this is gonna slide down. Definitely needs some padding here. Keep that in place. Yeah, it might just have been a lot of sound playing. I don't know. I did turn it down. It's just like, they're like, Danger Zone, gotta crank up the volume for that one. See if I can determine how deep that part is. Looks like it's about 3 inches. Okay, so safely 2 inches. I have 2-inch foam. I have a lot of that. That's 3-inch foam. I don't want that.
No signal? No problem. Get YouTube Music Premium to take your music offline. Free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
Here we go. Here's some 2-inch foam. And today I bought a new electric knife because my other one was dying on me. See, and now this is a quieter song. So I'm gonna turn it back up. Yeah.
Take the children and yourself out of the sun. But now the fighting will be close at hand. Don't believe the church and state
everything they tell you. Believe in me, I'm with the high command. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear my calling you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear my calling you? Pencil, 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 pencil.
There's a gun and ammunition just inside the doorway. Use it only in emergency. Better you should pray to God, the Father and the Spirit will guide you and protect you from up here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me calling you? Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me calling you?
So that's gonna sit basically in the eyes like that, and it's gonna be fixed forward. So I need to figure out where the space the eyes are occupying, and what that whole those notches are where the eyes go. So that's gonna be transferred into the foam.
Children quietly for Sunday sons and daughters. We will rise up and fight where we stood stay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me running? Can you hear me calling you? Can you hear
is so much nicer than my other one. It's very sad. Are we done with the portal man? I think we are. Yes, we are. I thought that was awesome.
There's no such
Get out of here, Ad. Oh my god.
thing as a perfect writer. This is why I use Grammarly to check my work.
If I'm putting commas in the wrong...
Get out of here.
There's no such
Oh
thing
my
as a
god,
perfect
again?
writer. This is why I use Grammarly to check my work.
If I'm putting commas in the wrong places, that can shift my credibility and ability to influence and persuade others.
It helped me become a better writer and not be so afraid to share.
English is my second language, but I use Grammarly pretty much every time I type on my computer.
Grammarly is like an invisible writing assistant.
It doesn't just correct me, but it teaches me.
Yeah. There we go. I felt like it was time for some 80s rock disco funk synthwave. That is what I am in the mood for now. Huh. It's like a little person. You put commas in the wrong places. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can totally mute the mic when I'm using the. And in fact, I probably should because it's annoying. Oh, works off of my focus. No! I'm so sorry, baby. I'm carving you up with a turkey carver. Oh, okay, cool. I don't want to, like, hurt somebody with my awful noises. Okay, so I'm gonna sort of set this in there. Okay, so at the top here, it's really kind of hard to tell angles and like depth, but at the top, this needs to like be flat against this. So I'm going to carve this down the backside. But if you do not mind the sound of the electric knife, start with that. That's a little doorstop. There, now that sits in there a lot nicer. Yes, highly, highly recommend Electric Knife. I particularly like this brand, which I got at Ace Hardware. And the only reason why is because all of them have slightly different trigger mechanisms on them, and this one just works really well because you have to be holding it down for a long time. So this angle works at this angle, works at this angle, so you can move it with your thumb, you can move it with your fingers, and it doesn't. I've tried several brands of electric knives, and this has always been my favorite because I can do it without fatiguing as fast. This one I can go the longest with, because sometimes I'll go crazy fast. Some people like it really like freehand, or they like very like pieced. That's kind of what I do most of the time. Very like patterned pieces. Alright, I gotta test this out. See how that padding works. Yeah, it feels much more like a helmet now. My eyes will definitely still hit those eyes, but I can make it a little bit deeper.
Get to Kohl's for family essentials and take an extra 15 or 20% off. Cute women's tees are just $12.74. Pick up new denim for the kids, and bath towels are just $7.64.
I can use another inch, I
extra
think.
$10 off your $50
On top of
home
that.
purchase. This weekend, only at Kohl's.
It's a beautiful evening here as we get ready to start the race. The drivers are at the line and it looks like we're almost set. Racers, start your engines. Go!
Oh, suck at sewing. Oh, volume is up again. Thanks. Right, remember I said I was changing it for a quiet song. And now it got loud again.
Keep the pedal down, don't let it start. No one gets into hell without listening to hell. How far out, how far out, there's no turning back. You got to slow down.
Sewing is not really that hard. That's the thing. Very straightforward. The hard part is fighting the sewing machine. I'm just gonna mute it.
Even faster. Just to see my steel machine of death. Faster, over and over again. 'Cause I was born to race, and I would die to
Summon stream demons. Apparently. I think I might have bumped the thing. My bad. Heckin' stream. Well, at least the chat isn't dead. OBS is like, we lost connection. Go, now it's another doorstop. Faster. So now it's like a double stacked doorstop. Alright, let's see if that's better. No, Steven, no! Bad! There we go. Now if I hit something, a hard impact, as all this cushion that will stop it from me from hitting the eyeballs. So if I smash my face, the eyeballs won't smash into me and hurt my cheekbones. So I'm going to put more padding for sure on top of my head. Where is that lining up? Get off. Okay, so it looks like I took off way too much of that foam when I kind of. So that little slice that I took off, I'm gonna put that on, but over here instead. Oh. Maybe I'll actually stick with the bigger piece. Oh, game error, texture error, buy stream, time to die. Good. I have to consider that because this is made for snowboarding. I have to think of it almost as if it's a helmet. I'm padding it mostly for stability, but you know, a little bit of protection is nice. I wanted very minimal padding in this as much as I can to keep it really light and breathable and everything, but at the same time I have to make it kind of something sort of safe. Maybe. Okay, so if I put this entire block back on here, I think it's gonna be way too thick here and not thick enough here, but I've got to test it first before I commit to anything. Ow! Fuck pin! Jeez. Yeah, that's too much padding now, for sure. Way too much. So I'm going to lob off some of this. I'm gonna just leave it. By the way, I know it looks like I'm like sawing into my hand. Like I'm gonna do this, but don't freak out too bad. It doesn't actually. If you just rest it, it doesn't. If you apply force, that's when it starts cutting. So I'm used to cutting it like at myself, and it's fine. Yes, this is a snowboarding fursuit. That's my entire purpose. I'm supposed to be going snowboarding next week. We'll see if that trip pans out. Okay. So that is a much smaller piece now. And before I do any gluing or permanently setting or fine tuning, I just want to kind of lay it in there. Friction will kind of hold it. It'd be kind of entertaining if I cut myself, though. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, shoot. They're all popped off. Something's not right. Let's do this for right now. Yeah, stay still. Oh my god, stay. I might need to get this a little better. Oh man, I can just do it like this. Use gravity to my advantage. That feels like a really good fit. But then the head is looking really far down, isn't it? Yes, it is looking very far down. Okay, so I just have to make my face see further out. There we go. Looks like that. Okay, that feels comfortable. I'm gonna put a piece of elastic back here to kind of keep it cinched. Otherwise, this whole thing is gonna keep sliding down. If we can keep the head just like that, that would be perfect. I think I need it up a little bit higher. Right there. You know what? This is the more I put it on, this kind of stretches and it kind of makes it so this starts coming really far down. I'm gonna make sure that doesn't slide around too bad. I'm gonna make this eye hole a lot taller. So it doesn't just accidentally blind me for some reason if it slides around. There we go. You know, here I can still keep the slide, that's fine, but it should be sitting here. I think it's because the back of the neck is hitting too high there. Because this should sit right on the nose. Okay, so that's better shape for my neck. It needs to go higher in the back, otherwise it's gonna move around too much.
Closed courses, fast cars, lots of stunt drivers. Yeah, must be another Dodge commercial.
That's angled better over the shoulders and stuff, so it should sit at a much better angle there. So if I move up, then this rests in the crook of my neck instead of being down here and preventing me from turning back or lifting my head back up. Alrighty, Ignite Inc., thanks for hanging out. Trying to catch
to catch a try to make my move. So I moved a little closer to get under the light. And I'm chasing, I'm trying to impress ya, to catch your eye. And when you finally looked my way, I try to find the right things to say. You're like a vision from a dream that I wanna see in reality. Oh, alright, tonight is the night for your invitation. One look, you got me shook. Your smile is my motivation. Come here. One touch is never enough. This party is a celebration. Fast love, slow hands. I wanna tap down sensation. I'm taking over. Got me wired like a sex machine. You're looking like thunder when you shake it past me. Oh, you got me crazy, and you got me booty. Don't mind my love till they tell me what you need. Then finally look my way. I try to find the right things to say. You're like a vision from my dream that I wanna bring to you in reality. Cool. I'm just testing the like paddingness of this. Like when it's at rest, I want to make sure it comes over. If I smash into it, I want to make sure that it's giving me enough protection. And I can get rid of this. And it keeps the entire nose area and mouth area completely open and clear for ventilation and breathing. Make sure that the angle of the slow is good. Okay, I think that piece needs to go. This piece needs to come out. Not helping. Giving you too much. Where did the little piece go? Oh, there. This is the annoying, hard, boring part. I'm sorry, you guys. But I gotta make sure that it sits right on my head and it's secure, and it's just like, it's a really kind of a delicate process. The rest of it, like the patterning, sewing is a little boring, but every time you do a big seam, you can see like a big progress, and it's very satisfying. So there's that. Okay, stab, stay. Okay, so if I hold it down here. Oh yeah, that's really good. Oh, that's like perfect right there. How's the top?
Okay, so the key is that it needs to be anchored here to the back of my head really well. So I'm gonna make a mark here. So that if I'm doing potential elastic, it needs to go here. That might help sort of cinch it and keep it in place. Because it's sitting right here, but I'm gonna be padding so it doesn't do this whole wobble thing to the side. Keep that in place, but I really am happy with this forehead padding. If I did an impact like this, it's not gonna kill me. And I don't hit the eyeballs now. I mean, if I force it enough, you know, I'll touch it, but it won't be as bad with there was no padding up. Alright, if you're headed out, parquets. Alright, take care. Have a good night. Can't have wobble face. Okay, so I'm gonna heat up the hot glue gun and get those set in place. I don't want to screw it up anymore. This has been all tangled. I'm trapped.
Clockwise to the sunrise. Hear a voice in the back of my head screaming, "This is suicide." Did you hear what I said? But then it fades into nothing with the rest of the night and sound. I'm on my way out, lift off the fire, strolling night sweats. Today, so many moons away, I simply say that my heart felt coming was never betrayed. Always, always away to easily. Instead of all the last week to the last week. In order to start with my scream, replace about 1,000 deaths simultaneously into the night to and just scream, turn the key. This is my destiny. Yes, right.
Okay. Okay, so now I know exactly where it needs to sit in there. Put it back in. And now I'm gonna carve this down a little bit so that it's not blocking any of the eye. $40 worth of chalk? Wow. What kind of chalk? Like sewing marking chalk or like sidewalk chalk? Starlight weekend.
Neutrogena's powerful acne fighter.
Ads.
And vitamin C. Pink power.
I don't think there's an ad blocker on this computer. I should fix that.
Hi, how are you? I'm glad to hear that. If I may take a moment of your time, I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you about something so new, so revolutionary,
So exciting.
that it will completely change your life. Now I know what you're thinking. Trust me, I get it. So I'm gonna cut right to the chase. If you respect high quality, if you expect only the best, then folks, let's get right down to business. If you enjoy having fun, if you like guaranteed,
That sounds just like me.
I will present to you
The perfect product. It's perfect for you. Perfect for your family.
It's
Perfect for your friends.
a product you can trust, you can totally rely on, a product you can believe in.
I believe it.
Just enjoy your time with it. It's a product you can love, a product you will like. I know that you're gonna like this product.
Not the product.
So if you don't mind, I'd like to go into further detail and give you some more information. Because we really want you to feel comfortable with all your product-related decisions. Now, a couple questions. Would you classify yourself as top-notch? Do you like being the talk of the town? Let's say you get excited about great value.
Such great value.
Boy, do I have exciting news for you. Well, stand by, because I'm about to tell you the secret to unlocking a lifetime of satisfaction.
The perfect product. It's perfect for you. Perfect for your family.
It's perfect for your friends.
Perfect product. The perfect product is made for me. Product. Gotta have it. Really need a lifetime warranty.
Just have fun with it.
Knew each other.
Sunye! You're back! And yes, I am technically still up late. It's midnight 24 right now. Are you in Japan currently?
This sort of sorted, no to you. I hope you found rest and lots of tricks too. It's hard to say when we'll meet again. Goodbye, my sweet friend. I've been heaven.
Oh, you are back in the States. Okay. Because I thought you were here for a bit. At least. I don't know how long, but we still have to meet up sometime. Much better. I can see better. Less of a blind spot in the middle now. Still protected. I might be able to get away with it. Yeah, if I make it much skinnier, it'll have no integrity. A lot of doorstops. Yeah. I made so many doorstops. Baby ones. Problem with foam is it's very static, clingy. It just gets everywhere. Yeah. Ow! I stabbed myself still.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I learned from you about myself.
Ugh. We're gonna need more doors. In this. Okay. I can get away with just a little bit more trimming on this. We should trim it now while I have it out of the head because it's going to be a lot harder to make it adjustments when it's inside the head. Oh gosh. This is very true. Blood, birds, and scars is the mark of a true craftsman. If you're not putting blood into your project, something went wrong. Every project has a little piece of me in it. Literally.
Jesus say no, 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 no. I've got news for you. You love and who to kiss. Don't dance like that, don't lose like this. When I got news for you. You got those moves. He's got those moves. He's got the moves too. We all got to move all night. It's alright. Under the light, we're gonna strike and most the night. Because it's alright. when you go with me. Power to choose. Get off. Get off. To shake yourself loose. Well, you can feel like me. There we go. To no stay. Your dad feels the blues. We all got to move. Alright, it's alright. Under the light, we're gonna strike the most tonight. 'Cause it's your right. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Alright, alright, we're gonna strike the monsters out. Alright, it's alright, alright, we're gonna strike the monsters out. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I wanted to make the slope for the eyes just a little bit narrower, so yeah, there we go. Make sure the stove's good.
think I took down a little too much through there because now it collapses and pushes to the side, and my cheeks can touch this part of the eyeballs. Well, let's just hope I don't run into any walls and we'll be okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have taken that out. That's why I can build this part back up. Take this piece. Yes. And we all know how much I need a handler. Yeah, Sunye in the chat here is one of my oldest friends and has been in nothing but an absolute rock star, helping out every convention that we've gone to together as my handler, making sure I don't die, because I completely would ignore my needs for taking breaks and drinking water and all of that and falling downstairs, you know, whatever. If it wasn't for Sunny looking out for me, I'd be screwed. I would have been a long time ago. Alright, well, it helps somewhat, but it's not really doing what I want. Hello! CCS Mascots. I recognize that name for some reason. I'd have to look at your work, but I know I've seen your stuff before. I think I know exactly who you are, but I just want to double check. Yeah, we never died or got injured. Woo! Good night, Ocean. Yes, okay. I definitely remember who you are now. Yeah, because you made captain. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you made it for Flame Forces. Yeah. I was like, I know that you've done a bunch of duchies. If I'm thinking of the right person. Yes. Awesome. Alright, well, hi! What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Yes. Alright. So that collapses like that. wonder. Since this is actually like technically a really super thin foam, I can use this to sort of wrap this. Oh, that'll look really good actually. Yeah. That would reinforce this. That would make it look nice and clean like that. Tip off, I think I did. No, yeah, no, it's fine. It's right there it needed to be. Okay. So I think that will sort of stabilize it. So I kind of have this piece of foam going across that like really skinny nose bridge part that I kind of skinny down too much. You can really tell because it's black. I guess, yeah, it's this part. There, now you can see it. To help kind of reinforce that and so if I smash my face into something, it will collapse. It'll resist and it'll protect my head. In theory. Yeah, that's much better. And if I it doesn't really do anything to affect vision at all. Okay, cool. Now I can kind of glue that all in place. No, Yushin. I already said that. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I'm gonna only go for another like 15 minutes because I gotta stop at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's ridiculously late for me. But I will be streaming again tomorrow. Hopefully a little earlier. Alright, you should be warm enough.
All new never-ending stuffed pastas, only for a limited time at Olive Garden.
This jumbled mess of padding. That's okay. If it's not that pretty, it doesn't matter. It's in the inside. Yeah. That's really bright. Try to get it balanced again.
Almost 3 a.m. G. Good night, Sunye. Random music anyway, huh? Asking for your name, saying what's your sign? Turn around like boy, they were talking to me. And you pick 'em up in a limousine. You can make that like what you mean. Just worry about more important things. Always in the middle, it bothers you a little, bothers you a little. Why can't we be like mom and dad? You don't wanna settle, but did you get the memo? You only get a date if you wanna go the levels. This is enough to drive you mad. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop the nickel in it and it all comes back to me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop the nickel in it and it comes back to me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop the nickel in it and it all comes back to me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and dance with me. You're out of luck, maybe out of touch. You only see schmucks and you really had enough. It's not adding up and you just don't understand. Straight shooter, he's a straight shooter. Cut to the chase and he asked if he could do ya. P.S. he had a ring on his left hand. Boys are not the middle, always in the middle, always in the middle, always in the middle. Why can't we be like mom and dad? You don't wanna settle, but did you get the memo? You only get a date if you wanna go for levels. This is enough to drive you mad. You think romance is getting old? Find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes back to me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes back to me. Should attack the table. Please don't melt the table. Pop a nickel in it and it all comes back to me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and dance with me. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes back. If you think romance is getting old, find an old jukebox full of 45s, pop a nickel in it and it all comes with me. Yeah. class, but the animal keep freedom. I am a master cause I practice daily in atomic karate. Cool. Back to being protected. And it's much narrower than it was before. And it's black, which helps. Yeah, in the middle. Yeah. Makes you give me shivers. I am a master cause I practice daily in atomic karate. All I have to do is show up to the fight. I think the answer's gonna happen in the sight. Spend my lunchbox and release a trillion bucks. All forces of evil now will always be going. I am a master cause I practice daily in atomic karate. System overload. I could be your love sensei. You will be the karate lady. Practice daily in atomic karate. I'm gonna cover this whole thing of padding just to make it look really nice. Look how nice that looks now. Oh my god, ads are the worst. Get out of here. I gotta figure out why. Did I have the M blocker like turned off for some reason? I don't know. Would you like to let me teach you all the ways I think to reach you from the back of the class? Yeah, baby, guessing man, you're messing with my lesson plan. All these swings are trusting and my heart's made of glass. Sexual tension, one that I would like to mention. It's a new dimension, and I want it to last. It felt like destiny when you began undressing me. If this is not start testing me, it looks like a pass. I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. Never fly anymore. I need to see it as a flame, as a kingdom, as a flag, as behaving, just right to the core. Close and rock your close and rock your coaster. This explosive roller coaster from the roof to the floor. No pants dance. Oh, I'm glad you like my crazy music. Asterfen, a new person has arrived. Hello. Just hang it over. Like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. I like the way that you dance, oh yeah, yeah, when you dance with your pants off. Girl, I like the way that you dance when you dance, like the way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. Hey, you working on suits too? Nice. Oh god, no. Kill it dead. Stop that. Stop that. None of that, please. Is this in the playlist, though? I don't think so.
Navigating careers can feel like a chain of
There we
roadblocks
go.
and wrong turns. As a job seeker, you want more than a paycheck. As an employer, you want the right
Oh,
talent. If you're looking to
there's the skip
discover
ad.
your unique-
Go away. Yes, watching and drawing totally counts. We're all working on art things. is your computer wife. I am leaving you for a new operating system. Goodbye. My computer wife likes the nightlife every night tonight. Dancing up on the dance floor. That's what our programs are for. Every night tonight. Glue, glue, glue. Dry, dry, dry. I'm gonna finish this padding and I'm gonna go to bed. It's totally 15 minutes. Yeah, no. Because I can't let go of this right now anyway. Sora's nuzzle me, I can't respond to him. No, that is actually not a resin head base. It is made out of foamies, or the EVA foam they used to make cosplay armor. So, you can see it's just made out of the foamy stuff. The entire thing is. The beak's plasti dipped and it's got a sealed coating on it. But otherwise, like, the whole thing is extremely lightweight, and I can demonstrate it's flexible. And I also did not make the head base. My friend Moniyasha, Dream Vision Creations, made it for me. Custom. Can't take credit for that. Alright, go sleep. Good luck.
hold this until it dries.
No signal? No problem. Get YouTube Music Premium to take your music offline. Free for 30 days and just $9.99 a month after. Cancel anytime. Restrictions apply.
Go away.
Go past it. Stringy glues, get off. The way that you dance when you dance with your pants off. Hey, you're back. Welcome back. There's a place where you can keep going. Beyond the stars, time and space, baby. You missed not much, probably. This is the forehead padding. I'm just taking the foam piece that I made, the weird doorstop pieces, and I'm just kind of covering them in fabric to make it look nice. Situation. Vibration. Crazy world of times. I've been living so lonely. Believe in your dream.
Crack. I'm leaning over too much. I'm gonna sit up now. The only problem with using high temp glue is it sticks really well and really strong, but it takes forever to cool down. It's not super duper symmetrical for some reason. That's fine. It's not like it matters because that place is all gonna be in the bottom anyway. That's the last thing I need to do, and then I can just slap glue on the entire bottom of this and stick it in the mouse, and we're done. Okay, let's glue this thing in place.
Hi, this is Josh from 21 Pilots. Listen to our new album track featuring Pipeline, now on the YouTube Music app.
That's another good thing about high temp glue is you can do these really large areas. And it will stay pretty hot and wet until you're ready to place for a while. Because low temp would already be too late.
Rest is satin. I tried to coach. Both, actually. Half of the reason has always been, well, I mean, the reason why I've always done it is just so I can remember, like, how I did everything. So I can always go back and reference. It's, like, really fun to do that. It's helpful to do that. The other reason is because I've always documented stuff to share with other people, and in this case, I'm documenting all of this for my Patreon. Alright. So now, I have that lovely bit of head padding up there that looks really nice and clean because I covered it in headliner fabric instead of the raw green foam. Something new to try. And in theory, it should fit with everything that I've built for myself as far as the head. So let's test it! Hooray! I swear there's a method to my madness. Whenever I do this shit. Oh no, it popped out. How many holes am I gonna poke in the top of this mask? All of them. Okay. See if I can get it to adjust so you can see. So, yeah, the head padding, the nose slit here basically is resting right against that nose pad, which you cannot see because it's so dark in there. Trust me, it does. See now, sorta, just not enough, quite enough. Oh. Yeah, well, whatever. There. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I have a Patreon. That's like how I'm doing all this shit here. Let me pimp out my Patreon to you. BAM! So yeah, now I'm going to be revamping my Patreon from complete scratch and showing a lot more of like work in progress stuff and
write-ups and explain things and doing a lot of special art things, and yeah. But my Patreon right now is still the old one. I'm still working on the new one. I just need to finish like typing up and setting up. Like, I've got everything figured out. I have everything broken down for my end. I just need to update the tiers and all the information. So this month is sort of my prep, like get ready, and then starting in the very end of this month, probably in March onward, is going to be the new and improved cool Patreon. But these people are getting a jump on early. Well, I really appreciate you considering that, because right now I'm switching to being a full-time artist for the first time in my life, and I could use all the help I can get. Oh, that'll work. Ah, Sparky had a Patreon, right. And she had was doing that like whole tutorial series or whatnot. Alright, I have a mirror over here, that's what I'm looking at. Also, my eyes are still upside down, which is really funny to me. It still looks good. I still have good vision. It's still comfortable. It moves around a lot because I don't have any padding on the side. But I'm a bird with upside down eyes. More of that. Ha. Yeah, I think if I just put like a thing of elastic right here, and I make sure that I keep this a little bit forward, just a bit. Because otherwise it'll pull like this, and I don't want that. I want this to stay here. So I might build a chin pad, and that would keep it from moving around in the front. That'd be a good idea. But I just wanted something so if I smash my head, that all this is nice and padded now, so it's not gonna, the eyeballs are not gonna come and get right here on the cheekbone or on the bridge of the nose and break anything, either the mask or my face. Ah, it looks really nice though. Hooray! The eyes are upside down though. Alright, I'm gonna take a picture of what the stuff looks like, and then I'm gonna stop streaming for the night. But I am gonna be streaming tomorrow, and we'll hopefully get to the actual patterning stage. Like, I didn't get as far as I'd like to today, but I figured out what I need to do now, so I feel better about it. Okay. Ah. peel this layer back. You can see in there. So yeah, forehead padding. Ta-da. So yeah, didn't get very far, but so I'm gonna put some padding on the side top of the head, like right above the ears, of my ears, I mean, where it sits, just to give it a little bit of stability all in the front here. Probably gonna build up a little bit of a chin resting pad so it doesn't swivel back and forth, like the whole head doesn't swing like this. It'll have something stopping it, which is my chin. I might need to do some padding back in here to kind of keep it up here, and I'll probably put some like elastic or something back here to keep the lining from sliding around. That's my main problems that I'm finding right now. But yeah, yep, I'm trying to make it as comfy as possible because none of my heads are very comfy except for maybe Sonar over there. Yeah, they're all hanging out over there. Hi. But she's just raw foam, like she's not lined or anything. She's just like a tube bucket head, I mean. Yeah, she's just like a bucket. You know? So she's comfy just because like she's so simple. She's just hat. And it's, yeah. She's just kind of heavy and bulky because she's got these giant ears. And she's got a bit of weight to her now, if, like when I'm comparing to the Topaz. This Topaz is a nightmare inside. So she's got foam back of the head. She's got this elastic strap. So she's mostly just like hard resin in there. It's hard to film this, obviously. I feel like I'm gonna have much better luck. Take the webcam to it rather than the other way around. So we can dive investigating here. There we go, see. I'm just gonna shove this there. Okay. So yeah, she's got this elastic, which is also velcroed, so it can be adjustable for the height and side to side, which was an experiment. I'm not sure how much I like yet. She's got like these rough, like kind of like folded over tubes of foam on each side to protect the jaw hinge, which you see has totally broke. From hitting my ears, yeah, you can see how much of a mess this hinge is right now. I need to reattach it to there. God, it's awful. It's ugly. Okay, and then in here I've got these eyeballs, which you see it's got like a little flap here. I had to pull this back because I needed to be able to get my finger in there to wipe all the moisture out of the eyeball, because I see out of the eyeballs way better than I do out of the mesh, so then around the eyes here. That almost does nothing. And then of course I've got the wires that go into the front of the mouth, which if I open the mouth you'll see better. It's like a nightmare fuel in here. So yeah, the mouth, but it's got the fan up here in the top of the beak. Tiny ass little fan, which is on the other side of this mesh. You see how it's got mesh in front of the face so that nobody could see into the mask. And then she does have this foam kind of chin pad too. Yeah, it's foam chin pad. Because the edge of the resin is way up here and my chin actually is way back here, so it was kind of weird. I had to build all of this. All of this entire area is that foam chin padding piece, and the resin. Where's the end? The resin ends like right here. So all this. Anyway, and you can see like the eyeball. So when it gets all fogged up, I'm like, hello, I have a finger. But this flap, you can barely tell that it's like a problem. Like if I didn't have the flap, you can see a little bit more into the mask than when I do. But regardless, she's kind of special and she's very uncomfortable because I had to have my head in very precise place to see out of both the eyes and a tiny bit out of the mesh, or I'd be completely blind. And in fact, I use the mouth a lot to look through. But yeah, without this mesh, but yeah, there's the fan up in there. I had to have the tiniest computer fan. But if I didn't have the fan, this thing fogs up in like 2 minutes and I'm blind. Completely blind. With the fan, I can go about 15-20 minutes before I'm blind. Which is why I decided that I need a way to like squeegee the eyes from the inside. Yeah. She's special. She's my first realistic resin head. I've had people put it on and say that this is like super comfortable, and I'm like, you haven't worn it for like all day. But thanks. She looks good enough from the outside, I guess that's all that matters. And it's my personal suit, so I don't care. She's flat in the back. It's funny. She's like laying down. She's all squished. Anyway, so that's that. So I'm really trying to do something completely different and make it nice and clean and comfortable. And I want to have a costume that's enjoyable to wear. That'd be nice. Sonar is pretty enjoyable to wear. That's definitely the most enjoyable suit. The easiest one too. All the rest of them are annoying. Okay. Anyway, so that's my tour of my shit. Alrighty. Anyway, I'm going to bed now. Everyone else should go to bed too. It is way, way, way too late. I should not be streaming right now. How is it? Almost 2 in the morning. Almost an hour past the time I said, oh yeah, 15 minutes. Actually, almost exactly. Oh, rest in pieces. Good night, you guys.